Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Now, we kindly invite you to please have a seat as we will commence our event very shortly. As a courtesy, we would like to kindly request that all mobile communication devices to be switched to silent mode. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Now we kindly invite you to please have a seat as we will commence our event very shortly. As a courtesy, we would like to kindly request that all mobile communication devices to be switched to silent mode. Thank you very much. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we may all know, Indonesia has 6 different religions and beliefs, and therefore I would like to warmly welcome all of you with 6 different greetings. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Warm greetings to everyone and welcome to the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Please give a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rani Raj and it's such a great honor for me to be your host for today. But before we start, I would like to warmly welcome Mr. Edi Manindo Harahap, Head of Department of Banking, Licensing and Crisis Management of Indonesia Financial Services. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sung Kimin, Honorable Chairman of ACRN. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Mr. Jian Jongguo, as the Chairman of ACRN, that has already joined us virtually. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Board of Commissioners of Pevindo Biro Credit ID Score. Thank you very much. Board of Directors of Pevindo Biro Credit ID Score. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To support the equitable and inclusive growth in Asia, ACRN, the Asian Credit Reporting Network, was founded to represent the Asian credit reporting industry by bringing together key participants in the credit reporting infrastructure. And in particular, it is urgently required for Asian countries to promote exchanges and cooperation on credit reporting by sharing knowledge and experiences among members. And this is the 4th year ACRN held this international conference. The first conference was held in Seoul, Korea, and then Taipei in Taiwan, following with Hanoi, Vietnam. And this year it is a great honor now for Indonesia here at the center of Jakarta, hosted by Pevindo Biro Credit ID Score for the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Please give big round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And for your information, for the theme we have here, we called it Gunungan. As you can see at the stage, on the screen, it's called Gunungan. And Gunungan is a figure of Indonesia theatrical performance of wayang. Gunungan contains high philosophical teachings, namely the teachings of wisdom, all of high value, and all of this implies that the play in the wayang contains a lesson of high value, which we can apply among all these ACRN members and to achieve the main vision of ACRN vision, which is to create universal value and to build a sound credit society. So ladies and gentlemen, let us start the function. To start today's event, let us sing national anthem Indonesia Raya. Please all rise. Everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you in this conference, we would like to invite President Director of Pevindo Biro Credit ID Score to deliver the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage Mr. Yohanes Arts Abimanyu.
Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the ASEAN community, good morning and warm welcome to the 4th ASEAN conference. It is an absolute pleasure to be in the presence of such esteemed individuals who have contributed significantly to the advancement of the financial and credit reporting industry. Before we proceed, I would like to extend my greetings to our distinguished guests, Bapak Edi Manindo Harahap, Head of Department of Banking Licensing and Crisis Management, Indonesia Financial Service Authority, Ibu Masita Kristalin, Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance on Macroeconomics and Fiscal Policy, Indonesia Ministry of Finance, Ibu Nurchair Farliani from Central Bank of Indonesia, Mr. Jian Jongguo, Chairman of the ACRN, Mr. Sung Ki-min, Honorable Chairman of the ACRN, Mr. In Ko-jun, ACRN Advisor, CEOs and representatives from ACRN member organization, KCIS Korea, GCIC Taiwan, CIC Vietnam, NCB Thailand, CIB Nepal, and CBC Cambodia, representative from Central Bank Brunei Darussalam, Bank Negara Malaysia, and CIC Laos PDR, Bapak Darwin Cyril Nur Hadi, Supervisory Board, Independent Member of Indonesia Investment Authority, Ibu Hendy Sulistiawati, Board of Commissioner of Pevindo Bureau Credit, and all distinguished speakers. Good morning. Your presence here today is a testament to your dedication and leadership in supporting the credit reporting landscape in Asia. Your valuable contribution drive the progress of credit reporting in improving inclusive and sustainable financial services in our region. ACRN, which stands for the Asia Credit Reporting Network, serves a collaborative platform for stakeholders in the credit reporting industry to work together, learn from one another, and drive positive change for the benefit of economics and individuals across Asia. Pevindo Bureau Credit ID Score, as a member of ACRN, is honored to host the 4th ACRN Conference in Jakarta after the previous ACRN Conference was held in Seoul, Korea, Taipei, Taiwan, and Hanoi, Vietnam. Today, as we gather for the 4th ACRN Conference, the first ACRN Conference after COVID-19 pandemic, we have the exceptional opportunity to share knowledge, explore innovative strategies, and unlock the opportunity in credit reporting. Through insightful discussion, meaningful session, and also collaboration, we aim to further enhance the power of credit reporting and promote financial inclusion across our diverse economy. Today, we have an exciting agenda planned for today, including thought session, keynote addresses, and panel discussion. Together, we will explore emerging trends, address challenges, and uncover opportunity to strengthening credit reporting frameworks and promote financial inclusion. I encourage all participants to actively engage, share experience, and establish connection that will transcend borders and pave the way for the collaboration initiative. By working together, we can build a more resilient and inclusive financial landscape that empower individuals and drive economic growth. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you, especially for the member of the ACRN. Welcome to Jakarta, and may this 4th ACRN Conference will be fruitful and transformative experience for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abimanyu, for such a great opening speech and for welcoming everyone in this event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you in this conference, we would also honor to present to you the video remarks from Chairman of Asia Credit Reporting Network. Please welcome Mr. Jian Jongguo.
Selamat pagi. Good morning, dear ACI members, the distinguished representatives from OJK, the delegates of credit bureaus and regulatory authorities from Asian countries, colleagues from the banking community, ladies and gentlemen. As the chairman of ACIN, I have to apologize first for my absence from this event due to my health conditions, and the doctor's advice to avoid going abroad. And thank you so much for allowing me to make the ASEAN Chair's congratulations on the opening of the 4th ASEAN Conference through this video. This conference is essential and meaningful for ASEAN because it is the first physical event of all ASEAN members to gather since the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to President Director Johannes Arts MB Menu of PBK, ASEAN Advisor Inku Jong, and all the staff for their efforts in hosting and preparing the conference. COVID-19 has unlocked hidden potential, stripping away many of the barriers that financial institutions and credit reporting agencies traditionally face, which further catalyze and accelerate transformation in financial services. Meanwhile, the role of financial institutions and credit reporting agencies in promoting ESG and mitigating the risk of climate change is becoming even more important. Over the next couple of hours, we will have the opportunity to hear from the leading experts in the field of finance and technology with my many bright insights. I am confident that this conference will provide a platform for fruitful discussions and the exchange of ideas to sustain the growth of this credit market in Asia. Thank you again, and thank you very much. I wish this conference great success and all participants health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jian Jongguo, for the warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next remarks, it is the greatest pleasure to invite Honorable Chairman of Asia Credit Reporting Network, Mr. Sung Kim-in.
Good morning, ASEAN members, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. As an honorable chairman of the ASEAN, I'm very pleased to be able to welcome all of you on the opening of the first ASEAN conference in Jakarta, a city where past, present, and future coexist. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of ASEAN members who generously helped us make this conference come together to become a success. Especially, I extend my gratitude to President Director Johannes Arch Abimanyu of PBK, Mr. Ing John, ASEAN Advisor, Ms. Agostini, and all of the PBK staffs for their unsparing effort in hosting and preparing this conference. ASEAN Conference, which is held annually, introduces the latest market trends in financial economy, introduction of innovative financial services, and the role of credit information agencies to support the development of the credit industry. And this time, ESG sessions, which have been attracting a lot of attention recently, are also included. In addition, it is to support the introduction and the promotion of information exchange and collaboration among the participating financial institutions. This conference means a lot to me. In 2017, the first HRN conference was held in Seoul, hosted by KCIS Korea. In 2018, the second HRN conference was held in Taipei, hosted by JCIC Taiwan. In 2019, the third HRN conference was held in Hanoi, organized by CIC Vietnam. This fourth HRN conference is held today in 4 years due to COVID-19 pandemic, and I'm deeply moved to see many people attending here. I hope today's conference will be informative and productive for all attendees. I will briefly explain HRN. Since the financial and credit reporting industries are closely interlinked, credit reporting systems help ensure financial stability of a country by enabling responsible access to finance. They can also play an instrumental role in expanding access to credit and other services on credit to the underserved and unbanked. Financial inclusion has become a public policy priority in many countries. To support the equitable and inclusive growth in Asia, HRN, the Asian Credit Reporting Network, was founded in 2017 to represent the Asian credit reporting industry by bringing together key participants in the credit reporting infrastructure. In particular, it is urgently required for Asian countries to promote exchanges and cooperation on credit reporting by sharing knowledge and experiences among members. The ultimate objective of HRN is to play a pivotal role in building on the strong network and improving the productive exchanges among members to advance the credit reporting industry. Based on active collaboration with the financial institutions present today, HRN will make great efforts to build a sound credit culture through financial inclusion support in Asia. Today will be fun and full of learning. We warmly welcome all of you. Thank you very much for your attending and collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sung Kim-in, for the welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference proper unwraps with a keynote speech from Chief Executive of Banking Supervision of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Edi Manindo Harahap.
Mr. Jang Jogo, Mr. Sung Kim-in, Mr. Inko John, Pak Abi, CEO and representative of ASEAN member from KCIS Korea, NCB Thailand, CIC Vietnam, CIB Nepal, GCIC Taiwan, and CBC Cambodia, representative from Central Bank Brunei Darussalam, Bank Negara Malaysia, NCIC Lao PDR, Ibu Masita, Selamat pagi Bu. Bu Hendy, selamat pagi Bu Hendy. Bu Erlin dari Bank Indonesia dan of course Pak Cyril, senior saya. Selamat pagi Pak. Distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I stand before you today with a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity to address this esteemed gathering at the 4th ASEAN Conference. And before we begin, let us take a moment to appreciate the blessings and mercies bestowed upon us, allowing us to gather here today. I also extend my sincere thanks to PT Pevindo Biro Kredit for organizing this event and to all the individuals involved in this preparation. Your dedication and hard work have made this conference possible, providing us with a platform to explore the transformative potential of credit reporting. Credit reporting, as we all know, plays a pivotal role in shaping our financial landscape. It serves as the cornerstone of economic growth, enabling access to credit, promoting financial inclusion, and fostering innovation. In today's rapidly evolving digital era, the power of credit reporting has the potential to revolutionize the way we deliver financial services. In Indonesia, we have implemented a dual credit information system comprising the Public Credit Registry, PCR, we call it SLIC in Indonesia, provided by the OJK, and also the Private Credit Bureau or PCB or LPIP, we call it in Indonesia, provided by private sectors licensed by OJK. The synergy between PCR and PCB can create a comprehensive credit reporting system, facilitating accurate and comprehensive information about individuals' credit histories. This empowers lenders to make informed decisions, enable borrowers to access the financial resources they need, and promote financial inclusion by facilitating loans to prospective debtors or customers. I am pleased to share with you some statistics based on OJK supervision data over these past 5 years. The number of PCB members has significantly increased by more than 300%, reaching a total of 543 members by the end of 2022. Conversely, the number of SLIC reporting parties experienced a slight decrease with reduction of 1.5%, totaling 2,099 reporting institutions by the end of 2022. In terms of inquiries, both PCB and SLIC have witnessed a substantial surge. PCB saw an increase of more than 1,000% in requests compared to previous 5 years, while SLIC experienced 200% increase. Although both have shown remarkable growth, the percentage increase for PCBs suggests an escalating demand for their services. PCBs serve as vital institutions in the financial service sectors, collecting and processing credit data along with other relevant information to produce targeted credit reports, such as credit scoring and other products and services. To support their active role in promoting credit growth and financial inclusion, OJK has implemented necessary improvement through regulatory measures, such as our new regulations, POJK number 5 in 2022, and also OJK Circular Letter number 27 in 2022. In the era of growing digital economy, PCBs need to continue innovating to meet stakeholder needs and expectations. One area where innovation can significantly enhance PCB is in the collection and analysis of data. The rise of digital economy has generated vast amount of alternative data, such as online transaction histories, social media activity, and behavioral patterns. By leveraging advanced technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data analytics, PCB can tap into this wealth of information to create more accurate and comprehensive credit profiles. Furthermore, the integration of innovative technologies can revolutionize the credit scoring process. By adapting machine learning and predictive analytics, PCB can develop more sophisticated credit scoring models that consider a broader range of factors, including real-time data, consumer behavior, and even non-financial indicators like educational background and professional achievements. This holistic approach can lead to the fairer and more inclusive credit assessments, allowing deserving individuals and businesses access to affordable credit opportunities. While embracing innovation, we must also prioritize the protection of data privacy and security. PCBs handle vast amounts of sensitive information, and maintaining the highest standards of data protection is paramount. We must ensure that robust measures are in place to safeguard personal information and maintain the trust of borrowers and lenders alike. Furthermore, innovation opens doors for collaboration between PCBs and other stakeholders in the financial ecosystem. By partnering with fintech startups, banks, lending platforms, and other industry players, PCB can create synergies that drive innovation forward. These collaborative efforts can lead to the development of new products and services, such as alternative lending models, microfinance solutions, and personalized financial advice. Such partnerships not only benefit the PCB industry, but also foster financial inclusion, empowering individuals and businesses who were previously underserved by traditional credit assessment methods. Distinguished guests and participants, in conclusion, innovation is no longer a choice, but a necessity for credit bureaus. To remain relevant and effective in rapidly changing financial landscape, PCB must embrace new technology, leverage alternative data sources, enhance data privacy and security, and foster collaboration. Through this effort, PCB can fulfill their critical role in facilitating responsible lending, promoting financial inclusion, and driving economic growth. I encourage each one of you to engage in meaningful discussions, share your insights, and explore innovation solutions during this conference. Let us work together to unlock the full potential of credit reporting and create a brighter, more inclusive financial future for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edi. Kindly remain on the stage. Mohon tetap berada di atas panggung, because after this we are going to continue to the next session, which is the opening ceremony. And therefore, to join Mr. Edi on the stage, we would like to invite President Director of Pevindo Biro Kredit ID Score, Mr. Yohanes Arts Abimanyu, Honorable Chairman of ACRN, Mr. Sung Kimin, Commissioner PT Pevindo Biro Kredit ID Score, Mrs. Hendy Sulistiowati, Vice President Joint Credit Information Center Taiwan, Mr. Chi Yao Shan. Please join Mr. Edi on the stage, because we are going to do the opening ceremony together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will do the opening ceremony, and it is a great honor for Pevindo Biro Kredit ID Score to host this 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Of course, we wish you a fruitful discussion with a great insight on this conference. All right, so we will do the opening ceremony by symbolically beating the drum. Yeah, it's actually called beduk gendang beduk, which is we use often as ceremonial instrument. Now we will ask everyone on the stage to beat the gendang beduk together on my count, yeah, to officially open this 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Are you ready? Ready? Okay, let's beat the gendang beduk together on my count from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please beat the gendang beduk together. Alright, congratulations for the opening ceremony of the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference 2023. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There was the opening ceremony of the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference using gendang beduk. Please remain on the stage for the next placard ceremony. But before that, let's have a photo session together. Okay, to capture this great moment, I would like to invite everyone on the stage to take a group photo session together. Alright, please take your position. Okay, please remain on the stage for the next placard ceremony. And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, gendang beduk that we just used today is a large double-barrel drum with water buffalo leather on both sides. And we often use it for opening ceremony. Now, to all the VIPs on the stage, let's have a photo session. Alright, the media ready? On my count, 3, 2, 1. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we would like to ask Mrs. Hendy Sulistiawati to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Edi Manindo Harahap. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the token of appreciation ceremony. We please Mrs. Hendy Sulistiawati to give the token of appreciation to Mr. Edi Manindo Harahap. And then the next one to Mr. Sung Kimin. We please Mrs. Hendy Sulistiawati to please give the token of appreciation to Mr. Sung Kimin. Can we please have a photo session together one more time? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. Thank you. You may back to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening ceremony of the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. So, the beduk we just used this morning is actually comes from India and China. But since then, the drum has become a part of the mosque, as in China, Korea, and Japan, which position the drum in the temples as a means of religious ritual communications. And therefore, gendang is considered as a sacred thing. And in Indonesia, we oftenly use gendang in several sacred ceremony, just like we do this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next session. This session will bring more detail and rich clarity about Asia Credit Reporting Network. Therefore, let us welcome ACRN Advisor. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Inko John.
Okay, good morning. Selamat pagi. Saya bertemu lagi. Senang sekali. This is the second time. 4 years ago, I just stand in the same stages. Now, let me explain about briefly about the ACRN. The remote. No screen. Now let me tell you about this HRN. What is HRN and the history of the HRN. Okay, all of you are from these finance institutions. So everybody knows the importance of the credit reporting and also the data and the analytics, etc. So I think Indonesia is very, very much advanced in using its data analytics. So in the light of my experience, I like to share, in this case, the law and regulation is very, very important how to collaborate each other. Indonesia is the same structure like Korea, two-tier system. Public credit bureau and private credit bureau coexist. So how to collaborate each other? I think Korea is the best of best infrastructures in the world, I believe. So I like to share Korea's experience with the Asia members. That's why we set up the HRN to exchange the information and its experiences to develop each country's credit reporting industries. It's not that? About 4 years ago, there was the Asia Credit Reporting Forum hosted by the PBK. At that time, around more than 300 people, about 400 people was joined at that time. So at that time, it's very much crowded. Today, it's up to 150. All of you are very selected as a VIP in this conference, I think. So I hope you learn many, many things and so exchange many informations among the FIs. Okay, before the slide is going on, so it's nothing, no? Okay, not the problem. I'm very happy to see you. To share my experience and knowledges. And so it's a welcome remark from Sung Gi-min. He was the first president of the KCIS in Korea. Actually, he devoted many, many things in Korea and also to the Asia members. And also the welcome remark of Park Abe is from the Babindo. So Babindo team has made much effort to prepare for this kind of conference. So it's very, very good meaning for this PBK. And also to OJK. I have many bunch of these thinking to share with these OJK as a regulator, because the law and regulation is very, very important, is to boost and develop the credit reporting industries in this area. Okay, in 5 minutes, okay, let me explain about the HRN. What's it? Is next. Okay, about HRN. HRN is Asia Credit Reporting Network and non-profit organization. The main is to share the knowledge and experience on credit reporting among members, to support the equitable and inclusive growth in Asia, to expand financial inclusion, which is a public policy priority and the essential component of the Asia continued economic development. That's very, very important in Asia. In US and the EU, they have their own community. So that's why we are here. Vision to create universal value. You have heard many times about the universal value. Do you know the meaning of the universal value? Let's learn together. Universal value is a universal value if it has the same value and worth for all people and when everybody finds it valuable. Enshrined in Charter of United Nations, peace, freedom, social progress, equal rights. When you hear about equal rights, how do you feel? Equal credit opportunity, fair credit reporting. That is very, very important. On the basis of the sound credit infrastructure, you should provide equal credit opportunity to consumers. So you should generate the fair credit reporting. Mission is we work for the consumers, we work for members to build sound credit society in Asia. History, okay, not the text, picture. It's 2016, December, is drafting the agenda kickoff meeting held in Seoul. At that time, Mr. Min sponsored everything to happen. And in 2017, February, is a 6 members working member meeting in Bangkok, sharing survey and exchange opinions regarding Asian members. 17 December, first conference, 8 members, Seoul in Korea, PCR, PCB services, FinTech, Big Data Analytics, and MOU signing ceremony. 18 working member in Bangkok to prepare for the second Asian conference. And we set up the Asian website. Second Asian conference is in Taipei. We discussed about the AI FinTech and newcomers MOU signing ceremony. And again, is a working member meeting 19 is in Bangkok to discuss about the Asia Credit Reporting Forum in Jakarta. 19, you remember that at that time 4 years ago? How many people joined in this conference? I think it's more than 50 people, 50%, yeah? And 19 is we had a third Asian conference in Hanoi. And during the pandemic, we still survive. So it's Zoom line. So it's a PBK, which joined as a member of the ASEAN. And last year, 2020 in November, Siem Reap in Cambodia, hosted by CBC Cambodia. And let me explain what is our members. There are about 50 members, including members and observers and regulators in Asia. Taiwan, JCIC. Let me introduce the JCIC. Second, CIC Vietnam. CIC Nepal. KCS Korea. NSB Thailand. BBK Indonesia. CBC Cambodia. Laos, LCIC. Brunei, BDCB. Malaysia, Central Bank of Malaysia. As a regulator, that last slide. Our footprint today will be a milestone in the future. So today, your joining is the footprint of your life. It will be the milestone in your future for the Indonesia financial institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inko Jun, for such a great introduction. All right, now I would like to invite all the VIP at the front line sofa to please come up to the stage for a photo session. Please, to all the VIPs, we would like to have a photo session together. We would like to invite all the VIPs on the front to have a photo session together. And we would like to invite all the media, photographers and videographers to come forward. And also we would like to invite to join the photo session on the stage all the CEO of the ACRN members to come to the stage and join the VIPs to have a photo session. All right, make sure you have your face in the camera. Ready to pose? Okay. Ready? On my count in 3, 2, 1. Please look at the main camera. 3, 2, 1. One more time, please. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and you may kindly back to your seat. Thank you very much, VIPs and also CEO. Okay, and for the next session, we would like to invite all the ACRN members to join to the stage to have a photo session. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please come forward, all the ACRN members. National Credit Bureau Co.Ltd, Korea Credit Information Services, Brunei Darussalam Central Bank, and CIC Vietnam, Central Bank of Malaysia, Credit Information Bureau Nepal, Joint Credit Information Center GCIC, Lao Credit Information Company LCIC, and Credit Bureau Cambodia Co.Ltd. Please join on the stage as we are going to have a photo sessions with all the members of ACRN. After this, we would like to invite everyone to have a Wi-Fi together. Alright, get yourself ready for the photo session in 3, 2, 1. One more time, please. 3, 2, 1. Can we put a bigger smile? 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return back to your seat. After this, we are going to do Wi-Fi together with all the guests, with all the participants. And for all guests, may I have your kind attention to rise up and move to the center area. We'd like to have a big group photo, and we would like to invite the photographer to come to the stage and take the picture of our guest together. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise up, and we would like to have a Wi-Fi together with all the participants. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita akan melakukan Wi-Fi ya, selfie bersama. Kami mengundang Bapak dan Ibu sekalian untuk berdiri dan dari mejanya masing-masing ya. Dan kita akan berfoto, silakan boleh melihat pandangannya boleh diarahkan ke kamera yang berada di atas panggung. Alright, photographers ready? We are going to take a picture in 3, 2, 1. One more time, please, with a bigger smile. 3, 2, 1. I saw a freestyle over there. Can we post a freestyle? 3, 2, 1. Can we please have a big round of applause for all of us? Thank you, everyone. To all media partners, thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to the next session. But before that, I would like to inform to all the media partners, thank you so much for joining us. Now we kindly invite you to proceed to the photo booth area at the foyer for doorstop session. Baik, kepada rekan-rekan media, kami ucapkan terima kasih atas kehadirannya dan juga partisipasinya. Selanjutnya untuk doorstop sesi, kami mengundang rekan-rekan media untuk menuju ke area photo booth. Terima kasih. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the most anticipated agenda for today, which is the discussion session. But before we start, I would like to inform you that we will start the discussion by the presentation from the speaker, followed by the Q&A session. So for those of you who wants to ask the speaker related to the topic, you are welcome to write down your questions and submit it by scanning the QR code provided on your table. Okay? One more time, before we start the discussion, I would like to inform you that we will start the discussion by the presentation from the speaker, followed by the Q&A session. So for those of you who wants to ask the speaker related to their topics, you are welcome to write down your questions by scanning the QR code on your table. After that, we will pick the best 4 questions that will be answered by the speakers from each sessions. So let's start with the first topic, taking the issue about macroeconomics and financial markets outlook. So ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has managed to get through episodes of inflationary pressures, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. High commodity prices, global monetary tightening, and value chain disruptions rather splendidly. Moving forward, the government is firmly committed to financial market infrastructure development to support deep, liquid, efficient, inclusive, and secure domestic financial markets that meet international best practices and standards. And today we have the perfect speaker who will be talking about this topic, and therefore we will invite our speaker for this session. Please welcome Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance for the Republic of Indonesia on Macroeconomics and Fiscal Policy. Please welcome on the stage Ms. Mashita Kristalin.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, and thank you for inviting me here. So today I have the honor to tell you a little bit of story about Indonesia economic recovery after the pandemic. So first, I think we cannot forget what happened in the past 3 years. We see that there's a lot of change in the global economy. We see that Indonesia is actually improving. You can see that the growth of Indonesia is rebounding compared to the global and also advanced economy and other emerging economy. However, if we see towards the 2023, the global economic recovery is restrained. Inflation projection is actually slowing down as well. So if you see the post-pandemic is even harder, we see climate change and also geopolitical tension, and also digitalization and post-pandemic recovery. We also see that the geopolitical competition and the shift of global power, the trade war and de-dollarization trend is also on the rise. So Indonesia is actually working very hard on the fiscal side. So we are doing the counter-cyclical fiscal policy. During the 2020 and 2021, the Indonesia economy is slowing down quite significantly, not as big as other emerging economies or advanced economy. However, you know, with the counter-cyclical balance that the government is working on, Indonesia has basically rebounded from the pandemic. If you see on the right-hand side, actually the debt ratio before and after the pandemic, so Indonesia is quite efficient, meaning that we recover quite well. However, the increase in the debt to GDP ratio is not as huge as many other countries. You can see the slope here for Indonesia in the color red is more or less already moderating into a stable trend for the debt to GDP ratio, and other emerging markets actually still increasing quite significantly. So what is the driver of growth? So what is the machine for growth in the future? Indonesia, after the Asian financial crisis, the structure of the economy is changing a little bit. So our potential growth is at around 5%. Of course, comparing to advanced economy is quite high. However, if you compare to other emerging economy or even some developing economy, growth is actually very, it's not like you cannot really compare numbers, but it's more on the direction and tendencies. So the driver of growth is usually the sectors that has the highest labor absorption, mostly manufacturing sectors and then agriculture, trading, and also construction. So one of the indicators for manufacturing you can see here is the global for manufacturing. I don't know what happened with the slide, but you can see that at the global level on the red, is still below 50, meaning at the global level, it's still in the contractionary mode. However, for a lot of the emerging economy, it's already above 50, including Indonesia and India in this case, that's already stable above 50 in the expansion zone for the last 1.5 years. So what happened with Indonesia economic recovery? As I mentioned, after the Asian financial crisis, we had the pandemic, we had a high growth of 6%, and then the pandemic come, and the potential growth become 5%. You can see actually from the expenditure component, household consumption still account for almost 55% of Indonesia GDP, is already rebounded pretty significantly. So this will be important for ID score as well and Pevindo, because here the retail, the consumer is actually growing in Indonesia. Government consumption is high during the pandemic as the counter-cyclical balance for Indonesia. However, this will not happen forever. Now we're starting to do the consolidation, and Indonesia thankfully gotten the commodity boom, resource boom, and we got to improve a little bit of our budget, improve a little bit of primary balance and also the fiscal situation. Investment is more or less 30% of the Indonesian economy. This is a typical emerging market number. So this is a normal number. However, if Indonesia would like to be an advanced economy by 2045, we need to grow the investment part of the economy to grow beyond that. And I think credit creation, funding, and also credit scoring will be very important in supporting 80% of the GDP, 50% coming from the consumption, and 30% is coming from the investment. For the production side, so we can see, usually during the pandemic, transportation, construction, trade is actually contracting really significantly, and it's hurting really hard to most economies because these are where the sectors has a lot of labor absorption. But we can see that in 2022, 21, and 23, all of the sectors are already in the blue zone on the right-hand side bar, meaning that the economy is already recovering in all sectors. The MC at the beginning talking about inflation. So in Indonesia, inflation is quite benign, it's stable. Sometimes we take this for granted, but we can see here that other emerging markets, in fact, advanced economy, are feeling the heat of inflation. And of course, even though the consumer is growing, if you have inflation, then your standard of living will be lower. And then, future economic growth will also be constrained by the height of the inflation. Indonesia is relatively stable, which is why we think that in the future the consumption growth and the investment growth will be more thriving if we can manage this inflation in the stable zone. So Indonesia is a unique country. We have so many islands, yeah, but we have several major islands. A big part of the growth is actually in the Java, 57%, almost 60% in Java only. So you can imagine if Java contracted by 1%, then Indonesia economy will be contracted by more than 0.5%, right? So in the Sumatra, for example, Java and Sumatra accounts for almost 80% of the Indonesian economy. You can imagine that, you know, a contraction in Sumatra, Java, mostly are industrial in Java and commodities in other areas. It means that the economy could be less resilient to the change in certain industry operating in Java, which is why we would like to do more of developing the locus of growth outside of Java. For example, in Kalimantan, where the new capital city is. Once we have a new development in other area, then we are hoping that we can diversify the economic growth and we can have a more stable growth. What is the other factors that the government is looking at in terms of the recovery? So here we look at two most important variables, unemployment rate and also poverty rate. Of course, this will also improve with the growth rebound in Indonesia. However, we also do have some other mechanism, for example, maintaining inflation and then direct transfers to people to actually help cushion the unemployment and poverty so that, you know, the number can improve. Now the poverty rate is at 9.6% and it's 9.2% before the pandemic. So we're almost going back to 2019, which is one of our best years, but already close to our 2017 number. So previously, if you're paying attention to the Indonesian economy, that the current account balance is usually work in opposite with growth. So whenever Indonesia growth is accelerating, you have a widening current account deficit, rupiah will be, you know, lowered, and then the growth will be lower again because of the import content of some of our export production. But with the new development of this raw material, we're increasing the value added, we're downstreaming the industry, then we're seeing that the current account balance is improving. And also for the manufacturing, iron and steel and primary sectors on the right, you see it's not only cyclical because of the commodity boom, but it's a policy-led development that hopefully could change the structure of the Indonesian economy. So for growth, actually different institution has different projection. You see the IMF, World Bank, Bloomberg, OECD, and of course the Ministry of Finance also have slightly different number. But if you can see that the trajectory of growth is quite similar, everybody, all the institutions are seeing a rebound in 2023 to 2024 for the Indonesian economy, but to be able to grow above this 5.7 to 6 or 7%, we really need to change the structure of the economy, going back to, you know, improving the manufacturing sectors, higher value-added service sectors, and also downstreaming of our commodity sectors. Most sectors has actually regained momentum. You see agriculture is a little bit slower, but mining, manufacturing, transportation, constructions, trading, these are, like I said, the highest labor absorption, have a really high growth. And the share for Indonesia GDP is also very big. So the top four is agriculture, manufacturing, trade, and constructions are, you know, not only the largest labor absorption, but also the largest contributors to our GDP number. This is also something that's really important. Agriculture and also trading already account for almost half of Indonesia employment. 14% is the manufacturing. So among these three, you can see that it's almost 60%, almost 70% of Indonesia labor are in these sectors. That's why the government is paying attention to, deepening again Indonesia manufacturing base, which is based on the development of the commodity, the downstreaming of the main commodity sectors. A little bit on the financial sectors, you can see that credit growth has already improved, meaning the economy has already moving. In the middle graph, you see the yellow one is the investment credit. So investment credit has picked up more than the consumer. It is usually a leading indicators for acceleration of growth in the next 2 or 3 quarters. On the right-hand side, we see the capital market fund collection. Of course, the highest during 2021 because of the pandemic fund and the government needs from the market, from the government bond is quite high. So you can see the bonds is widening. It's lowering a little bit now, but you see up until the last week of May in 2023, that the number is already almost half of last year, meaning that we have a good capital market fund collection, and also the little dot, if you see the number of investor there, the little dot showing that the domestic base of investor is steadily increasing since 2017, not just because of the pandemic, but it's steadily increasing. So financial deepening and financial inclusion in Indonesia is definitely improving, but of course other mechanism, I hope that the OJK can also support this scoring. It could also improve the inclusion and also financing for SMEs as well. The positive trend on financial market, I'll skip this. Okay. So during the pandemic, a lot of countries are, widening their fiscal, Indonesia included. We do some debt monetization, a decent one. But the yield of Indonesian government bond is actually pretty stable and it's already very low, good liquidity. But also we have investor confidence and also trust in the Indonesian economy, not just because of the growth of the consumer, but also the growth story on this downstreaming and building the manufacturing. Of course, we're hoping that this will continue. There's some risk here, the tighter for longer in advanced economy in the US particularly will probably shifted some of the capital flow towards advanced economy, but you see on the right-hand side that the liquidity going into Indonesia compared to, for example, Philippines, Brazil, India, emerging market is comparatively well or good liquidity. On the fiscal side, I have discussed this a little bit in the beginning, but you see on the left-hand side, the budget deficit is really, really big during the pandemic, not one of the largest in the market, of course. But the budget deficit on 21 and 22 has already lower, and we are trying to maintain at 2.8% in the 23, and hopefully maintain below 3% in 24 and beyond, as stipulated by the law. For the budget, we see on the 23, the target is 2.8, but you can see if you compare the 22 to 23 and 21, the expenditure is actually always increasing. So in 21, at the heat of the pandemic, expenditure was 2,700, this is in million. And then in the 22 is increasing to 3,000, and in the 23, even though we do fiscal consolidation, because part of it is due to the pandemic recovery, the expenditure is actually maintained stable. So even though we have a tighter fiscal deficit, but in terms of the government expenditure to boost growth, we are still at the stable level compared to 2022. The government is also working on the tax reform. we have general provision and tax procedure. We have basically trying to increase the tax base, not just the tax rate, and also compliance. Because if Indonesia wants to be an advanced economy, the tax ratio needs to be at the higher level than we are currently is. So why we can see the investor confidence are still intact for Indonesia? One of the reasons is the good fiscal and macro management between Indonesia, Ministry of Finance, Bank Indonesia, and also OJK. We see the fiscal position continue to improve, the primary balance as well. We're almost positive now, and then the overall balance also strengthened. That ratio, we actually not really close to the target, to the maximum limit in the law. However, we try to maintain a quite low debt to GDP ratio, less than 40% in 2022. Some of the potential for Indonesia, you probably here already know and also pay attention to, that from the total population, more than 50% are in urban, and also the cellular mobile connection is more than the population, more than 100%, internet users almost 100% at 77%, there's still area for improvement here, and the time spent using the internet keep increasing. However, if you see that the Indonesia digital competitiveness number is still quite low, Indonesia still ranks 51 from 63 countries, even though it's already improved from rank 53 in 2021. These are some of the numbers that we collected. You can see fund distribution to fintech, e-money transaction has improved even in rural area. If you compare urban and rural area, in rural area the growth is actually even higher. Investment in fintech also from 21 to 22 is already more than threefold of the 2020, and the fund distribution for P2P, for example, has continuously increasing. So for fintech, Indonesia is a really vibrant market, backed by a really good growth in the consumer base. So I think this is a very good sectors in the future. We of course have digital transformation plan until 2024, but we will update this soon. Basically, we're developing on the infrastructure base. Some of it are financed by the government, and some of it that we would like to involve as well the private sector, so that the government or the fiscal fund is playing as the catalytic financing role to crowd in the private sectors from, especially from the global money. Way forward, so we've talked the update more on the short term. We just received a very happy news last week that Indonesia has regained the status of upper middle income country. So Indonesia has the ambition to be advanced economy by the 100 years of our celebration of independence in 2045. And Indonesia is currently, the GNI is at 4,580. To be an upper middle income is 4,466, so barely close. We actually have gained this upper middle income position before the pandemic, but after the pandemic growth contracted, we are out of this again. So the question is, will this be cyclical, or will this be more structural change in the Indonesian economy? We are trying to make this structural by looking at some of the main drivers of growth. So the fiscal position is trying to support structural reform. We can see that in education here we have a minimum spending of 20%. Improvement in the quality of spending is still need to be improved in the future. But if you can see the education, health, social protection, and infrastructure, these are the main building block for potential growth. Indonesia has a priority budget on this despite the pandemic and also despite of the economic recovery period. For the 2024 budget, we are working on it this year, actually. We have the short-term policy focus on the pandemic recovery and long-term on, trying to achieve a higher growth level so that we can become the advanced economy by 2045. Indonesia can no longer only depend on the consumer base or consumer growth. We need to shift a little bit to the 30% of GDP, which is investment growth. And of course, fiscal cannot be the backbone of growth. Fiscal role is just as a counter-cyclical during an economic downturn. Productivity, value-added, environment, and economic base is something that we're trying to focus on. The next is on the industrial revitalization to drive productivity and competitiveness. So manufacturing in Indonesia in terms of GDP has lowered a little bit, which is why we need to create an industrial revitalization strategy so that we can be more downstream industry development. So medium-term export share, for example, medium and high-tech industry, the target has to be at least 40%. For the increasing investment attractiveness, we have a high target. We, in fact, have developed a sovereign wealth fund. Pak Cyril was here earlier, called the Indonesia Investment Authority. And also strengthening financial intermediation, credit growth, and I think all of you in this room will play a really big role in terms of improving the credit growth to the pre-pandemic and even beyond. Another potential for Indonesia is to shift to the green economy. So sometimes there's discussion where, shifting towards net zero are seen as dragging growth, but we are looking at it as a potential to growth because some of the green sectors actually have higher labor absorption or at the higher value added of absorption, both for labor but also for the commodity that are used and also the service that are used. So Indonesia during the COP27 has announced an Indonesia Energy Transition Mechanism. We already developed the country platform. A year later, the president signed with the Just Energy Transition Partnership. Our target is to switch from the fossil fuel into renewable energy. If you think about it, this makes sense for Indonesia with a lot of islands. We want islands to be more subsistence with their own energy and also at the lower energy costs in the future. So this is and the next development that we will be doing this year, OJK is on the lead, is on the carbon exchange and also on the carbon trade development with the Ministry of Environment. Of course, a lot of the financing Indonesia through the G20 presidencies. We are continuing Italy presidency in creating this, what we call the transition finance. We would like to build the transition finance ecosystem because part of the financing type, part of the project, maybe this will come into the credit scoring as well, is not categorized as green. So if investor would like to invest in an energy transition mechanism to phase out coal, for example, it doesn't count as green investment, so in some countries you're not allowed to do the investment. So Indonesia this year is holding the ASEAN chairmanship. We have worked together, Ministry of Finance and OJK, in working on the ASEAN taxonomy to also include these transition activities inside the taxonomy so that the private sectors can acknowledge part of the transition activities as something that they can actually invest in. The last one is, I probably have 1 minute left. So Indonesia financial sector is currently still dominated by the banking sector, 77%. But if you see bank asset to GDP, market cap to GDP, insurance and pension fund, which is supposed to be the source of long-term financing onshore, is still the proportion to GDP very low, even if you compare to our nearest neighbors. But actually to build infrastructure, to build human capital, to do downstreaming, we need longer term investment, but the onshore financings that are available are at the medium term, which is the banking system. So Part of the urgency of the financial sector reform, beside inclusion and for SMEs, for different regions, different islands, but also on gender, we're also working towards this limited financial instrument and high transactional costs in the financial sectors, in the banking, and also improving the source of fund in the capital market, and also in the longer term financing such as sovereign wealth fund, insurance, and also pension fund. We are working together to do the revised law for the financial sector development. So we're hoping that this could be another structural change to the Indonesian economy so that we can grow even higher. My time is up. I'll stop here and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mashita Kristalin. Thank you very much. So, as I promised before, after the presentation, we are moving to the Q&A sessions, yeah, where you can ask the speaker about related topics with the QR code, yeah, provided on your table. So we have received many questions here, Miss. Yeah, so we have received many questions in the system, but we already filtered it into 3 questions. Maybe we would like to invite you to have a seat first. All right, the first questions I received is from Supriyanto, Mr. Supriyanto from BCA Multifinance. How has the recent global economic slowdown affected Indonesia's macroeconomy or growth prospects?
Thank you so much for the questions. Of course, the global growth slowdown in 23 will affect all countries, including Indonesia, and usually it works through several channels. The most important channel for emerging market is usually coming from the trade channel. So if your major trading partners are affected or their growth slowed down, then you will be affected as well. The second is through capital flows. Indonesia is usually very affected to some of our neighbors. China, for example, is more affecting our domestic financial sector than the US. That's a bit far away, even though it's the major currency. So there are, closeness to this area, the Asia and also ASEAN area that Indonesia is also attached to. The third thing is that the major trading partners for Indonesia or the intra-trade is usually among ASEAN. It's quite big. So, but if you can see from my slide before, ASEAN is one of the countries, even though growth has slowed down at the global level, but Asia, the ASEAN especially, East Asia, are still thriving. So we think that this part of, major trading partners will at least supports Indonesia growth a little bit in the future. On top of the structural change that I mentioned on the downstreaming and the revitalization of the manufacturing, and also human capital. Don't forget, on human capital, Indonesia already have a scholarship owned by the government called LPDP. Previously, when I went to school, maybe my mentor, Pak Cyril too, there's not many scholarship available for Indonesian. Now it's still brewing, yeah. It's still several years. Every year we send like 2,000, 3,000 students. So you can imagine it will pile up in the next 10 years. This will enter the labor market, and of course, we're hoping that this could revitalize and increase the value added for Indonesia, not only manufacturing, downstreaming, but also on the services sectors.
I see. So yeah, still the geographical proximity and the most trading partners for Indonesia taking the most important role, yeah, in Indonesia economic growth. Okay, the next questions comes from Muhammad Novaldi, Mr. Muhammad Novaldi from Bank Mega. Nowadays, as BNPL customers rise, the credits report of BNPL customers tend to be long since they have multiple yet small BNPL credit facilities. These things causing credit reports become long and heavy to load and usually make errors and dialing. Is there any solution for this problem?
I don't really catch the question, so let me go to the third questions first, but I would invite Muhammad Novaldi to ask the questions in Bahasa is also okay. I can answer in English, but we'll refer to the third questions first.
Okay, we're moving to the third questions first. This is from Bank Maybank Indonesia, Mr. Randy. How do you see the role of credit reporting in promoting financial inclusion in Indonesia?
Yeah, I think this is something that we're really looking forward to. So in Indonesia, a big part of the economy, more than 90% of absorption are coming from SME, especially from the micro side. So if you're ranking the SME from micro and then small and then a bit larger than that until the medium, then you can see that the proportion of the labor absorption for the less fortunate or less equality, like a gender or in the area where economic growth is lower, is higher when you go down in the scale of the SME. So credit scoring will provide more understanding or clarity for us from the financial sectors to looking into the clients, right, these SMEs, individuals, and to be able to really see the purchasing power and the ability to actually repay the credit and do the business, and hence we can improve the service of the financial sectors, not just banking, micro banking, but also fintech to actually serve this population that is underserved right now. And it's actually a big part of the Indonesian economy. For unemployment rate, for example, you can see that the unemployment number is already going down close to the 2017 level. But if you look into the data, you are employed if you would like to work, that's number one. Number two, you are also employed if you would like to work and you work a certain amount of hours, 1 or 2 hours per week. So you can imagine if you really calculate the amounts of hours that people actually able to work but not able to find works will be served by the flourishing of credit or financing going to SMEs, and these sectors can actually develop further, and I think this will have a very, very significant role for Indonesian growth in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a great insight. Now, can we invite Muhammad Novaldi from Bank Mega to deliver his question directly? Mr. Muhammad Novaldi. Okay, are you still in? Okay, the committee, please hand over the microphone to Mr. Muhammad Novaldi.
Tes. Oke, maybe aku coba ini ya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja.
Iya, nggak apa-apa.
Sebenarnya pertanyaan aku lebih ke teknis sih, karena aku perkenalkan aku Novaldi dari Bank Mega tapi di tim operation. Jadi aku lebih merasakan dampak dari adanya peningkatan jumlah customers di BNPL sih. Dan
BNPL
itu,
apa ya?
Buy now pay later, sorry. Buy now pay later, fintech.
Pay later, ya, oke.
Let's just say buy now pay later itu nama produknya sekarang gitu sih. Dan itu menyebabkan kalau di technical kita itu credit score tuh jadi panjang, dan itu tuh membuat jadi sistem error gitu. Maksudnya ini pertanyaannya lebih ke teknis sih untuk tim yang menyediakan credit report, apakah ada solusi untuk itu, karena itu tuh dialing sistem errornya suka cukup tinggi kayak gitu sih. Pertanyaan lebih ke sana.
Okay, thank you, Novaldi. So his questions was because of the buy now pay later system, that the system where he works usually congested, because there's a lot of transactions happening in a day, and what are the solutions? So I will not try to be an expert in this because I am not Pak Novaldi. I'll refer to the next speakers from Pevindo maybe to answer these questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Novaldi.
Terima kasih Pak Novaldi, nanti akan kami fasilitasi di sesi berikutnya ya. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that you are still welcome to submit your questions by scanning the QR code provided on your table. So please feel free to write down and submit your questions in the system. Now we are going to continue to the fourth question from Mr. Seno Prabowo. Perusahaan pengelola aset, dari perusahaan pengelola aset, what are the challenges facing the Indonesian financial services sector?
Yeah, this is a bit challenging, yeah. So first, the deepening of the financial sectors. So the overall number is not that many, and you understand that a big part of our saving are actually abroad, not onshore in Indonesia. Several aspects could answer to that. For example, the availability of the financial asset that you can actually invest in onshore, and also, you know, the legal or other administrative issues that create competitiveness at the local level. On top of some trading, they would like to prefer to stay in a certain currency, the trading currency, and it will be hard to transfer to the other currencies such as rupiah. But with the new law on financial sector development, we are actually trying to address this. So we would like to invite a lot of funding to be onshore. That's on the overall number. Number two is on the fragmentation and the structure of the financial sector. As I mentioned, almost 80% is still the funding is still in the banking system. And Indonesia banking system, the net interest margin is quite high. It's good for the banking system, but when you think about it, you actually pay higher for having the same credit elsewhere with the lower net interest margin. So we can see some improvement in this sense to make it more liquid and make credit more accessible. But to be able to make credit more accessible without increasing the risk, you need good scoring, right? You need good credit scoring, not just for the wholesale, not just for the big companies, but also for the SMEs that I mentioned, which constitute more than 90% of our labor in Indonesia. So it's a huge proportion of our labor in Indonesia. The education is increasing, so the value added and the ability of this labor and employment is going to increase. But the job availability in certain, formal sectors are limited everywhere, not just in Indonesia. So you need to build this other, area where you can improve growth or you can have business on, and it needs a lot of financing, and development of the credit scoring is really, really key. So for Pak OJK, we hope that this will improve further and faster, ya Pak ya, to help also the Indonesian economy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mashita Kristalin. All right, I think that was the 4 questions for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And can we please give a big round of applause for Ms. Mashita Kristalin, Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance for the Republic of Indonesia on macroeconomics and fiscal policy. And therefore, before you come back to your place, I'd like to invite Mr. Abimanyu to come to the stage to give the souvenir or placard of appreciation to Ms. Mashita Kristalin. Please, Mr. Abi. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mashita Kristalin, for taking your time off and sharing the insight to us. All right, thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Terima kasih, Bapak Abi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you, for those of you who need to know about the agenda, we also provide the QR for the rundown on your on the table. And ladies and gentlemen, we will next take a short break. You may enjoy a coffee break provided inside the room at the back right and left side on this room. So please enjoy the coffee break, and we will continue the series of activities of the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference in 10:55. You will be excited to know that our next session are no less exciting than the previous ones. So we want to invite you back on time in 10:45. Please enjoy the well-deserved break, and thank you so much. I'll see you in 10:45. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we kindly invite you to please have a seat as we will continue the next session immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to have a seat as we are going to continue to the next session immediately. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to have a seat because the next session will begin very shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please have a seat as we are going to continue to the next session immediately. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to have a seat and continue to the next session. Once again, we would like to invite everyone to please back to your designated table because we are going to continue to the next session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session, we are going to have the session 2, which taking the issue innovative financial services for consumers and SMEs. And this session will begin shortly. Therefore, we would like to invite all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to please have a seat because we are going to start the event immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside the ballroom, please have a seat. Please enter the ballroom and have a seat as we will commence our event very shortly. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside the ballroom, please, we would like to invite you to enter the ballroom and have a seat as we will commence our event very shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside the ballroom, we would like to invite you to enter the ballroom and have a seat. And to all the speakers of session 2, we kindly invite you to enter the ballroom and get ready to continue to the next session, as we will commence our event very shortly. Thank you very much. and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. I hope the coffee break was delightful, and now we are going to continue to the next session, which is the discussion of session 2, taking theme of innovative financial services for consumers and SMEs, BNPL, peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding, digital credit scoring. So without further ado, I would like to invite our speakers for this session. First, Mr. Aries Purwo, Chief Risk Officer PT Fin Excel Finance Indonesia Kredivo. Please come to the stage. The second speaker, we will have Mr. Alan Festian, Chief of Risk from Investri. The next speaker, such a great honor for me to invite Mr. Faisal Purwanto, Chief Risk Officer of PT Akseleran Keuangan Inklusif Indonesia. Our next speaker would be Mr. Patrick Gunadi, Secretariat General of ALUDI or Asosiasi Urun Dana Indonesia. And last but not least, we would have Mr. Lucky Herviana, Digital Credit Scoring for Consumers and SMEs, and also as VP, Head of Division of Research and Development, Pevindo Credit Bureau. All right, and I will be leading this discussion as moderator, and also for the speakers, we will have your session for each of you. You will have 10 minutes, yeah, for presentation, and then after that we will open the Q&A session for all the floor. And I would like to remind you, for those of you who wants to ask the questions to the specific speaker, yeah, don't forget to scan the QR code provided on your table, and you can choose or you can write down the specific speakers you want to ask. Okay, maybe we can start from the first speaker, Mr. Aries Purwo, Chief Risk Officer of PT Fin Excel Finance Indonesia or Kredivo.
Oke, thank you, terima kasih. Selamat pagi Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu semua. Good morning everyone. My name is Aries, I'm from Kredivo. And today I would like to share about BNPL. Buy now, pay later. I think this is the term that you already familiar with. And I would like also to share experience in managing this product and how we are able to craft the data that we have in order to manage the risk that we are having right now. Okay, so Kredivo is one of the key player in the Indonesian buy now pay later industry, and we already established since 2016. We moved to the multi-finance area in 2021, and we are now already serve millions of customer right now. And what makes this different compared to the traditional traditional loan that offered by the other financial institution is that we're able to doing the approval process, the underwriting process very quick, and and also having a very fast process in terms of the transaction. So if you are a user of the buy now pay later applications, you will be able to transact in the online merchant or offline merchant within a minute. So that the key advantage that we have for buy now pay later product. So for Credivo itself, think about credit card. So we are providing the credit lines to the user, so they can manage their own usage of the limit to be able to transact in other. So they can also manage their own financial. They can do installment as well, and after that they can make a payment. I think we have a lot of payment channels also across the markets, and that really helping the user to a very good experience for them, the best experience they can have since they are joining with us. So we are fully digitalized. So from the starting point of registration, Credivo already having a digital process. So registration, credit process, the approval underwriting, checking, all the checking, up until the limit assignment, and also the the transaction process. That's I can say like majority coming on the automatically process being done. So yeah, like I said, we have a very quick application process, a super fast 100% digital application process. And for user, when they start the registration to our application, they can only provide a very basic information, because we are also connecting with all the ecosystem. So then we can have enough information about this user in order to doing the credit assessment. So from user point of view, it seems a very quick, but at the back end side, actually there are a lot of work happens almost in a real time. So think about the underwriting process. Like we have a KYC, we have the the fraud checking, we have the verification, income verification as well. We have a bureau checking, which we are in cooperation with the PEFINDO, and then we also have the credit scoring and limit assignment. So that's being done by the engines that we have, and very quick, almost real times. We are able to do that. So then it will be, giving a best experience to the user in order to, getting in touch with Credivo applications. Yeah. So Credivo is a bit different compared to the other. So we provide the limit, and after we giving the limit to the user, then the user can start transact in merchants. So they can transact in online merchant. They can also transact in offline merchants. We already in cooperation with 100 online merchants and 1,000 offline merchants. So after they have finished their registration process, they can do the transaction right away. And this also a very quick and simple transaction that they can do both in online and offline. They can do also like a check cut on the online merchant, big online merchants right away after that they have finished the registration. And again, it seems very quick, very fast from user point of view, but at the back-end side, there are also a lot of works happening. So we are able to, gathering the data and then crafting that data in order to providing the customer. And then based on that, we can set whether, we can proceed the transaction, we can settle the transaction, or we can, reject the transaction. We can deny the transaction as well. So we can have a decision right away after we get the information from the user. Yeah, so like I say, we have a 100% digital user experience. So from install to transact, it's average around like 5 minutes. So it's also like we have a connecting, we have a relationship with all the parties in the ecosystem, from the mobile apps. We have also like an ID document selfie upload using the OCR vendor. We also have bureau checking using the third-party vendor. We also have a digital signature, and then the merchant, of course, where the user can do their transactions. And last one is also on the payment channel, where the user can make the payment almost everywhere. They have a lot of options to do the payment. So it's very easy for them to start with Credivo and then having that experience going forward. Yeah, so this is the important slide. So when we talk about giving a best experience to the user, we also need to think about what is the potential risk coming in. So it's very important for us to understand our target market, understand our customer, and then getting as much as possible data that we can get from them. So based on that, all of the data, be it traditional data or alternative data, we are consolidated that data into the credit scoring. So we have a credit scoring, right now I think we have around like 30, 40 models running in parallel. So that's quite a lot. So we have a very granular credit modeling running right now. And that's really helped us to manage the risk. So by having that, what I say is we are able to manage the potential risk even before the application getting approved. So we know the risk, we know the potential risk, we know how magnitude the risk from that particular application, and then based on that, can make a decision right away, like it's a fully digitalized, like I said. And then not only on the application side, but also on the transaction side, we are able to get the data from the user, from the ecosystem as well. We also have a partnership with the telco company. We also have partnership with e-commerce. So we have a lot of information that we can craft into the credit scoring and running that also for transaction purpose. So when user doing the transaction, actually we are also checking at the same time of like what is the potential risk of this transaction from this kind of user. So based on that, we are able to make a decision whether we are going to allow this user to proceed the transaction or not. Or, on the extreme side, we also be able to, identify any, suspicious transaction. So that also will help us to manage the entire risk that we have. You can see here, right? We have 10 billion data, 100 gigabytes of data processes, and we have a very high Gini, which is our scoring model is really powerful in order to determine whether this is a bad or this is a good segment or good transaction to proceed. One more important thing, I think, the usage of this scoring. We also need to, we can also, using these tools in order to drive or to go for profitability. So this we can align with profitability models, and we can also align to, if you want to improve or increase the GMP or want to improve the profit of the company, we can also drive from this scoring model, because this can have a very close relationship with all the database that we have. So yeah, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aries Purwo, for such an insightful presentation. Again, kindly remind you, if you have questions related to what Mr. Arias just presented, you may submit your questions to our system by scanning the QR code provided on your table. Now we are moving to the next speaker. Please, Mr. Alan Festian, Chief of Risk from Investry.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Alan. I'm from the Investry.
Okay, let me tell you a little bit overview of the industry. Okay, this is the industry. What is industry? Industry is an online marketplace that enable people with financial needs to meet people with open to lending out the money. Yeah, right now we have secured 33.2 million Series A, Series A until C funding series. We are established in 2015. Right. On the key milestone here, on 2016, yeah, we are starting, and on 2017, we closing Series A, and also we registered in OJK. On 2019, we obtained full approval from the OJK, and also we expand to Thailand and also to Philippines. In 2022, we also have a Sahabat business as part of our sister company. And also in 2022, this is one of the key milestones that we have. We obtained 18.4% share of Amar Bank. Right now, we are in 2023. We are waiting to closing Series D from the GTA, Qatar. This is the management team led by Pak Adrian Gunadi as a CEO and co-founder, together with Dr. Amir and Casey Lim. This is my colleagues and me. Yeah, this is actually the pilot and the co-pilot of the industry. Yeah, one thing we have in common, we possess sufficient banking experience. Yeah. Okay. Yes, SME as the economic backbone. Yeah. If you see here, we see the micro SME. We divided economy into several things. The first one, the top one is the corporate, the medium, the small, the micro. If you see here, so 60% contribution to GDP coming from medium, small, and micro. Yeah. The corporate remain 40%. This is a very huge opportunity. Yeah. And also we understand the micro, small, medium is also the backbone of economy of Indonesia. Okay, here into the detail, I can divide it into two, the corporate and the medium one, and the small and micro into separate group. Each this has its own characteristic. Of course, for the corporate, typically they are better understanding of loans and investment, better managed. This one currently served by all the banks in Indonesia. Yeah, all banks, corporate and medium. So what happened with the small and micro? Yeah, this is, if you see the characteristic, maybe a little poor in terms of the credit scoring, lack of collateral, lack of awareness of financing option. This is a huge potential for P2P. This is a very huge potential market to answer their pain point for the industry. Okay, industry right now we are focusing on the productive loan, especially in the financing, account receivable, account payable, and term loan. The major part is 74% the account receivable financing. Okay, here is a supply chain financing. Here the anchor at the centers, industry service both the supplier financing and also the buyer financing. Yeah, and also as P2P, as a startup, also we are working with the Garuda Financial. We are also working with the LKPP and Blibli. We are also working right now engaging with the e-fishery. We e-fishery, Gramindo, Cargo, and also we have also collaborating with Payment Gateway. Through this ecosystem, we are trying to serve, to make the credit accessible for SME. This is the highlight of a lending platform, especially Investry. If you see, Investry is in the middle. We connect the SME borrower to the lender. There are two types of lender, the institutional lender and also the retail or the individual lenders. What Investry does, Investry conduct loan evaluation and selection on behalf of the lenders. And also, of course, the SME borrower must submit the loan applications. All the data, traditional data and non-traditional data, we combine into one, the SME credit scoring. Here, if you see the logo I4C, I4C is also owned by the Investry. This is, they provide the scoring service for SME. And also, after we have a credit scoring, we combine it into the pay window, to produce the loan grading, the loan rating A, B, C. This is what it is. And after that, we are trying to do a risk-based score. Okay, of course, the expected from the retail lender, loan repaid, and also before that, of course, there is a loan agreement between the SME borrower and the retail, the lenders, where Investry become a middleman. Okay, this is the highlight Investry performance. From 2017 up to 2023, we are growing. This is the total cumulative growth loan originations. This is data as of May. We have originated 16.5 trillion. One thing to note here is if there is a shifting, if you see the graph below, the green and the blue one, if you see the participation of the institutional lender is increased significantly from 2022 to 2023. At first, 2016, 2017, we are the number of participations majority coming from the retail lender, but right now we are shifting to institutional lender. Why 2022 we have there is a shifting? Because we own 18.5% share of Amar Bank. Okay, if you see number of the unique lenders also increase, and also the number of unique borrowers is also increased. We understand we will still grow, and we are looking another growth for this year and the coming years. Okay, now this is the part of the Investry Group ecosystem. Investry is not just a P2P. Investry Group consists of the I4C, credit scoring, e-procurement, MBIS and Garuda Financial, and also e-invoicing, Sahabat Business, Payment Gateway, OI, and SME, another SME solutions, SaaS solutions. So we are aiming to be a one-stop platform solution. This is another key milestone for us. We are now strategic collaboration with Amar Bank. Investry, of course, will services Amar Bank in terms of data integration technology, scoring, infrastructure. And also Amar Bank is source of liquidity for the platform. Now we have two licenses, full license, P2P, and also the full license of banking. We hopefully with this collaboration we will able to serve more in terms of the product, variety of the product, and also in terms of service that we can offer to Indonesia. Okay. Okay, I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alan Festian, Chief of Risk from Investry. Next, we will have Mr. Faisal Purwanto, Chief Risk Officer of PT Akseleran Keuangan Inklusif Indonesia. Mr. Faisal, time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faisal Purwanto. I am Chief Risk Officer of a peer-to-peer lending named Akseleran. With my colleagues, I've been nurturing and establishing Akseleran from its inception since 2017, and we are working on making possibilities for SMEs for having a loan without fixed asset collaterals in the forms of invoice financing and in pre-invoice financing. With that, there are several things that we need to analyze. So today with me, I bring my one slide deck. Actually, I think this is not something new for those who place in a financial institution, but hopefully I can give insight to those who don't. Yeah. First of all, since we are in a southeast part of world, so I think we can start with the southeast part of our deck. The credit behavior, the first and the foremost important thing in the credit history is to know the credit behavior of our prospective borrowers. How do we do this? Obviously, we are, by the help of ID score, we can get the exhaustive data of the prospective borrowers in terms of how many loan facilities that they have, from which financial institution, and how the performance for the past 2 years or more. After that, on top of that, we also can use the bank statement to see if there is any loans that does not reflected in the ID score. Which type of loan is that? It can be individual loans or loans that comes from shareholders, for example, or comes from non-financial institutions. The next element is the financial conditions of the borrowers. Basically, what we analyze is, of course, their financial statements, the profit and loss, and the balance sheet. But what's the alternative if the borrowers doesn't have the financial statement? The simple profit and loss will suffice. Or if, for example, they have their business in an online business, selling stuffs in marketplace, we can extract their sales report data. We can extract their number of transactions, whether period of 12 months, for example, their ratings, their feedbacks from the customers, and many more, so that we can know further validate their revenues. With the financial statements, we also match it with the representative of the numbers, transactions in the bank statement as well. So the next one, I think we can go up first before we go left and right. The next one is the physical presence and media exposure. Since we do productive loans, our ticket size is on average is 1 billion to 2 billion rupiahs, or roughly 65,000 to 130,000 US dollars per borrowers. With that, speaking from the experience, direct visit is still a must for us to know their physical presence as well as their media exposures. I mean, in media or the news as well. After that, the next one is the BOD, BOC, shareholders, and UBOs. UBOs is ultimate beneficial owners. This one is the basic know your customers things for us to know how the BOD, how's the experience, and who is the shareholders. How we do this? By simply asking for their deeds, the deed establishment, and how do we know that the deed establishment is the valid one? So we also ask the Indonesian term is SK Kemenkumham. It was the validation from the ministry. From that letters, there are some sort of a barcode that you can scan. If you scan it, it can links directly to the formal websites of the general legal administrations. In there, you can see that the validation of the deeds itself. On top of that, we can use, this is also not long ago, AJK mandated, we need to check the general legal administrations, the beneficial owner of the prospective borrowers. So the next one is the client or customers or payers. This, because we are goes in the invoice financing, we need to make sure that the payer pays to the borrowers and the borrowers pays to us. So what we do, of course, we need to first check the historical relationship between the borrowers and the payers. How we do this? We check the bank statements for the last 12 months, for example. We see whether they have relationships already. Is there already any transactions? How often? How much? And we match it also with the invoice to know the terms of payments, the real terms of payments, the actual one. After that, for the underlying loans, we check the invoice, the direct validation. We do direct validation to the payer, as well as we scan the tax invoice. So with that tax invoice using e-factor, we can know that the invoice is already validated and have the tax invoice. We do also market check. We also do comparative analysis with our existing data of the same payer with a different borrower, whether is there any discrepancy of payment trends, behavior, or something like that. And I think the last one will be we need to check also the supplier or vendor or principal. Why we do this? Because we also do the pre-invoice financing. So we need to make sure that the use of proceed from the loan is being used to pay the real, actual, and fit vendor or principal. The same applies with the payer as well. What we do is also check the historical relationships with the borrowers and the principals through bank statements. We do also the direct validation as well. So we can see here that there is below is the ID score logos in there. Obviously, it is used extensively. I can say for us to check the credit behavior. But what about at the top? Why it links with the client? Why it links with the vendor? Speaking from experience, as I said before, ID score gives exhaustive data, not only the loans, not only the facilities, but also the related parties of stakeholders of the borrowers. Not more than once. I think it's not seldom. We see that sometimes their payer is actually their related parties or affiliated. So that doesn't we don't want that because the use of proceed, then we cannot make sure the use of proceed, and that's why I can safely say that the ID score have a huge contribution for Acceleran and doing the credit underwriting standards. And I thank you for that. I think that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal Purwanto, Chief Risk Officer of PT Akseleran Keuangan Inklusif Indonesia, for your insight. Now, we are moving to the fourth speaker, Mr. Patrick Gunadi, Secretary General of ALUDI or Asosiasi Urun Dana Indonesia.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. Today, I will be sharing new financial services, specifically address small and medium enterprises, and how can they address the funding gap and financial inclusion in Indonesia. Previously, small and medium enterprises, if they want to raise capital, they find so many obstacles. They are underserved from the banking, underserved from the capital market because of lack of collaterals, and the size is not big enough if they want to go to the capital market. But right now, with securities crowdfunding platform, we can connect them directly with investors, whether retail investors, angel investors, or institutional investors directly. Not only the SMEs that benefit from the securities crowdfunding, but for the investor side, it's able to diversify its portfolio, able to tap to digital asset class, able to access to early stage company. Together, SME and investors, they can foster innovation, they can support job creation, and they can do economic growth. Over the last 5 years, crowdfunding started from a concept, it's become a global phenomenon, and now it's been steadily rising. This is the contributing factor is come from the technology advancement and the mass adoption of the internet. Looking ahead, with the more increased connectivity and the more adoption of the technology, it will become more, and it's going to attracting more players into the market. In Southeast Asia, the growth projection is going to 63% because of the young population and they enjoy the demographic bonus. And with the more contributions from the economic growth, the economic crowdfunding platform will continue to rise, will specifically address for the existing problem. Okay, this is the regulation started with the POJK number 37, specifically addressed for equity crowdfunding. So to promote transparency, to promote investor protection, but after the traction is growth, it's starting to evolve the regulation. From POJK number 37, it's become to POJK number 57. Now, small and medium enterprises are able to raise capital in form of equity securities, debt securities, and Sharia securities bonds. Okay, this is the crowdfunding platform requirement. First, for the asset to be operators must be obtain license from OJK, registered as electronic system operators, have a partner with custodian banks, employ certified team expert in IT and financial analysis, registered in Indonesia Central Securities Depository, partnership with credit rating agency, and having ISO 2001 certified on data security. This is the ecosystem, the regulation OJK, ALUDI, Securities Crowdfunding Association, credit scoring, customer due diligence, EKYC, customer due diligence, KSE, Securities Depository, Custodian Bank, Fund Depository, crowdfunding platform as the main entity. Issuer is the entrepreneurs seeking for funding. Investors can be institutional and individual. And Sharia Supervisory Board, if the product is Sharia compliance. Okay, this is the investment and issuance process. On the left-hand side, you see the issuer. On the right-hand side, you see the investors. So in the middle is a crowdfunding platform. It's acting as a bridge. The first step is submission and assessment to the crowdfunding platform. And then crowdfunding platform assess due diligence, and then we make registrant and investment. And then we do investment offering. On the fifth process, we do registry with the KSE and registry with the custodian bank as well. Furthermore, we do securities ownership report, and the last stage is we do investment return and report from the investor to the issuer and vice versa. This is the products, equity securities, debt securities, and sukuk. Sukuk is Sharia securities. Equity securities is when small and medium enterprises sell their share in exchange for capitals. Debt securities is when investor is loaning money for the small and medium enterprises. Sukuk is when in form of Sharia securities. Okay, to support inclusive economy, financial literacy is play crucial roles. So we as a crowdfunding platform is required by the OJK to do financial literacy at least one each semester for finance education, and for financial inclusion at least one each semester for access expansion. And this is to support more equitable societies. Investor protection, this is the investor protection. So each platform, before we issue securities, we must conduct due diligence on the project itself, and we have to do due diligence on the issuers. So we have, and then we have escrow account. This is going to be separated from investor account with the platform account separated, so we know the mixed up accounts, and we have to conduct full transparency. We also ask use of fund from every issuers, and we ask for the plan, and we have to monitor, and we have to evaluate on the use of funds. So that's not going to be side streamings. And on the project itself, we have to monitor the progress on the project, and we have to evaluate at the end of the project. Then, therefore, we have to report to the investors. And then issuer, they have obligation to submit periodic financial statements. So we have to publish on the platform every quarter. And the maximum fundraising for every issuer is up to 10 billion IDR, or 660,000 US dollars. This is the investment cap to limit the investor risk. So for retail investors, annual income up to 500 million or 32,000 US dollars, they can invest max up to 5% of annual income. If the annual income is more than 500 million or more than 32,000, they can invest max of 10% from the annual income. Exception for institutional investors, or 2 years have experience in investor and capital market, or is debt securities that backed by collateral 125%. Secondary, the establishment of secondary market. Crowdfunding, previously known that very illiquid. It's easy to get in, easy to purchase, but hard to realize the profit and hard to exit. Now, the regulation is supporting us by, by conducting the secondary market, so the existing investor can sell their security to the future investor through the platform, and then the platform makes settlement instruction to custodian bank and CASE through CBAS system. So, in hope with the secondary market mechanism to gain more liquidity in the market, so we attract new investors. Secondary market terms, so it can be done after 1 year of the issuance, and investors must be registered with the same platform. And there's a time frame for securities trading. That's only twice a year for now, and we are working for more. But this can be done only for the specific date and specific week of the year. And the report of changes must be reported to the OJK, and the changes must be reported to the shareholder, to the platforms. This is for the platform security and prevention. So we have to do we have to do a check on the issuers. So we have to make sure the issuer is really exists. We have to do the credit check on the investor verification. We have to do it's not against the anti-money laundering. And the project itself, we have to conduct truly on the project feasibility, and we have to do check on user capability and the breakdown and track record of doing the project as well. And for data security, we are bound to do ISO 27001 on data security. Next. The risk assessment, we have to assess the following risks: business risk, default risk, managerial risk, financial risk, and market risk. And we have to conduct it, and we have to make report to the potential investor, so they can make a better decision based on the following risks. So based on the following identified the risks, we can strengthen the risk mitigation, and we can also, with the combination of alternative data and the conventional data, we can unlocking the unreserved markets where you can tap into more market. This is the landscape of securities crowdfunding. Year to date, we have add another 160,000 new investors, or 15% increase year to date. On the issuer side, year to date, we have increased 29%. And right now we have 16 securities crowdfunding platform and 20 more platform licensing process is on the way. This is the growth of disbursement year to date. We have increased 26%. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick Gunadi, as Secretariat General of Aludi Asosiasi Urun Dana Indonesia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you, for those of you who wants to ask the speakers, please write down the selected speakers or the selected speakers you want to ask in your questions. All right, the last but not least, we have Mr. Lucky Herviana, Digital Credit Scoring for Consumers and SMEs, and also SVP, Head of Division of Research and Development, Pevindo Credit Bureau.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning for everyone. And again, thank you very much to attending this event. So I'm going to talk a little bit on digital credit scoring from our perspective. So I'm going to take you first into the the landscapes of opportunities and challenges where you sit in Indonesia. So basically, based on the latest statistics from the Bureau of Statistics Indonesia, so we have 277 million citizens. So based on that, based on our data as well from the SLIC OJK, we do have 97 million people that already have credit history. So still, we have a very big chunk people that doesn't have a credit history. That's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. That's why my title is stating that. So based on the productive age, from the 277, we do have people around 170 billion until 180 million people. So minus with 97, we have 62 million people that don't have credit history, but still sitting on the productive age, this is a very huge opportunities for all banks, for all to multi-finance, all P2P lending, all the players in Indonesia. And maybe some other companies that want also to invest in Indonesia. So, and based on the Ministry of Economy and SMEs, we do have 64 million registered SMEs. This is not including the individuals, but this is a very huge market as well. And if you see the trend of Indonesian credit landscape based on total loan on April 2023, this is from OJK. So we have 6,455 trillion rupiah, or compare this to US dollars, around 426,000 billion US dollars. This is a huge market. But again, it's only comprised of 97 million people with some 630,000 companies only, but it's already achieving this number. And the NPL rate that we have in national for all loans is still manageable, which is 2.53%, which is a very stable in terms of the growth in NPL, and is slowing down after the post-COVID, is decreasing heavily, and then it's a very good tractions in terms of the NPL. So based on this, the share of the loan that we have in Indonesia, so 28% still relies on consumption, and 27% in investment, and most of it is going to working capital, this is a good thing, and we know that this is something, a good traction in the loan, especially for building for SMEs or maybe companies that, to support the economic growth. So, and on the left side, you see that average loan size for Indonesian, based on the data that we have, it's an average for individuals. They have multiple loans, different types of loans. It's around 61 million rupiah, or around 4,000 US dollar. It's a very huge one. And the SMEs, based on the definition that we have currently for banks, so we have an average loan size of around 261 million rupiah, or equals to 17,000 US dollar. Which is, if you see, based on the first information, that we have 62 million people that doesn't have credit history, and you have the SMEs about 64 million. So you have a lot of opportunities to cope with. For instance, you get 10% of the 62 million, and times with the individual's average loan size, you will get a very huge number of ticket size. So this is the way that we're seeing that there's an opportunities. There's also a challenge in the Indonesian market. Secondly, as a bureau in Indonesia itself, we do try to collect most data. Like, we try to build a robust models, and we try to bring in more and more data into our platform. So as of now, we do have 17 data sources. And again, the major part will be on the credit data, which is the SLIC. But other than that, actually, we also hold data from the biggest pawn shop in Indonesia, which is Pegadaian. We have the almost all fintech peer-to-peer lending, 102 or 103. We do have all the data also submitting to us because they are members of us. And we do have data from securities companies, credit guarantee, credit insurance is part of the financial institution data. And we do also hold non-financial data. It is to complete all the information that we gave. It's also a part of the, later on maybe talking about digital scoring. So we do have data from tax office, so to understand whether you are complying with the tax or you paying your tax obediently. There's a revolving fund as well for Indonesia. We have government pension fund. We do have social security, negative list from multi-finance, litigation data, and all the thing that listed on there is like everything that we have. Also the telco side, sorry. So in total, we have 17 data sources that we hold right now. And based on what we have, we collect around 320 million facilities sits in our database. And some of this data is actually using an API to call, but some big data is already put in our database. It's around 320 million facilities already there. And with 97 million debtors, company around 600,000, and now we have more than 450, or the exact numbers around 456 members already. It comprises of, there's a banks, there's a peer-to-peer lending, there's a multi-finance, there's also non-financial institution, which is the rental companies, fast fashion, and also that we have also like companies as like the meat distributor even become our members, because the need of credit scoring is already there. And the market is growing, and I think this is the best time, to have, to expand the market, again, to go with the financial inclusion, with the goals. So because the theme is actually talking about digital credit scoring, so I just want to give a little bit more understanding about what is the digital credit scoring from our definition. So again, maybe can be different from one company to another, but the thing, this is coming from our side. So if you see that, this is the traditional one. So in the convention of mostly for the credit bureau, we're still using the very traditional approach, which is using logistic regression. And the data itself actually using, like for instance, in banks or multi-finance or all financial institutions using application data. And on top of the data, we have also the credit data coming either from the bureau or you hold the data from internally portfolio data. So all of this, all the data can be run using a logistic regression. And based on the traditional concept, you will have a definition of assessment result, which is good or bad. So this is a very traditional part, which is now is also happening, and mostly, I think all the financial institutions has this kind of process. But how about the digital credit scoring? Because now we are moving, with development of technology, it's very inevitable and very fast. So now we also collecting, that when the previous slides, we also collecting data from telco. We're collecting data from social media. We're also collecting data from e-commerce, and then utilize data on other alternative data that we have. So using this, actually, we're going to add up more information into the credit score itself, or the credit modeling that we're going to build. So we're also introducing the machine learning, because again, the data structures that we have based on the data on the other side, the alternative data, is maybe unstructured. It can be an image, it can be something, but so how we can try to using the machine learning is to get all this kind of process and introducing new technology, introducing new analytics by using like random forest or gradient boosting to get into the concept where we can have a more robust information about one person or one company, and then we combine it again. We don't leave all the traditional because the logistic regression is still there, it's still the line. So we combine the machine learning result and the logic regression to have a very solid and robust assessment result. So this is from our understanding about the digital credit scoring. And this is already happening right now for Indonesian market, especially from ID score. So yeah, and then we continue with the how we try to develop on providing a digital credit scoring. So basically, we're trying to move from only providing data, become seriously, focusedly on consulting itself. So we try to build a multiple scoring, and we have credit score, telco score, even we can create a custom bespoke model for our customers, for our members. And again, we have our understanding about the credit policy. We can also try to implement the credit policy and also the, the credit scoring cutoff and so on. And other than that, we also hold a lot of subject matter experts. So we have data scientists on our side. We have 4 data scientists. We have data analytics. So everything that we need to have built a solid model. So we do have it. And then this is being an offer for our members, and then we can create a digitalization. And we have a system where you don't need to purchase a system. We have a decision engine, so you can use it as a pay-to-go. So basically, we try to build more and more a robust process, digital credit scoring, and also the digitalization of its modeling itself to get more data, to get more information, and a very quick decision for underwriting. So this, we call it a custom score. To that, we also have scoring for each segment, because we try to build a lot of digital scoring models. So based on that, we have an individual, we have other data score coming from our non-credit data. If you see on the second slide before, we have telco score. We have now XL and Indosat, 2 biggest telco in Indonesia, and also we're gonna have Telkomsel on board as well. And we have the specific BPR segment, or the rural banks, specific fintech lending segment, and of course, we do have also serving our SMEs by using an SME score, combining financial, credit, non-credit data that we have to build a solid and robust model for SMEs. I think, I think that's all from myself, a very quick one, and thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucky Herviana from Pevindo Credit Bureau. So, kindly reminder, for those of you who wants to ask the specific speakers, you may write down their names on your questions. And now we're going to move to the Q&A sessions. I have received some of the questions from the system. Maybe first we start from Mr. Arias Purwo. This is the question from Yossi from UOB. How many of Kredivo customers have credit card? And how is the performance of the customer who has credit card compared to who has not?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a good question. If you compare the Kredivo product and the Kredivo customer and credit card customer, actually there is a overlap between that populations. And from our data, around like 40% of our customer, they're having a credit card as well. And in terms of if you're talking about the performance, actually, since we already have, application score whereby it's not only it's not only applied for a particular segment, but it's across the segments, and we make it very granular in terms of the characteristic of the customer. So we are able to manage the performance of that to different populations. So in terms of, at the end of the day, we want to have the same performance of those credit card holder and also non-credit card holder. So from our portfolio, there's no significant difference in terms of the performance, but we have a benefit of those that having credit card, because then we can utilize, or we can have more information that we can use in order to strengthen our credit score.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. Maybe back to you again. This question is from Felix Yulianto from PT Mitra Usaha Indonesia Group. How to manage NPL effectively in BNPL industries?
Okay. So here I think that the very important thing is we need to understand our target segments, right? And we need to understand also whether our product is fit to our target segment at the first time. And then after that, we can start to, doing more or deeper, analysis, or deeper on the, deep dive of the segmentation of that particular user, and getting all the data that we can get from various sources. Like we can collect the data from the bureau information. We can collect the data from all the telco, e-commerce partnership as well. And then based on that, we will be able to craft that into the credit scoring. And by having that credit scoring, we will then be able to manage our credit loss, because all the score level that we have, that should be aligned. Also, that should be tied in with what is the magnitude of the risk of these particular subsegments. So it's very clear that we need to have quantitative of that particular output from the credit score that we have. So then we will then be able to manage the entire risk of the BNPL portfolio by having such approach at the beginning. Thank you.
Okay, that is the answer for questions from Felix. Yeah. Now we move to Mr. Lucky Herviana. This one question is from Anonymous. How does access to comprehensive credit reporting information enable financial institutions to better understand customer needs and preferences, leading to more tailored product development?
Okay, well, it's a very complete question relating to that. So basically, the way that we think about our credit reporting is actually it's a base for you to understand who's you're going to provide the loan with, or you need to understand better for your customers. So yeah, I mean, like we try to provide all the things that we have, like 70 data sources, for instance, from PBK. So we provide them to our customers as like if you inquire for us, you will get everything. So this is the way that we provide them the understanding of one person. So if you see from the credit history, it's a good person, but you can understand from the non-financial data, you will see that the person has, I mean, like for instance, like having a bad information, for instance, from the tax office. So he doesn't obediently to pay, or maybe late payment for the taxes. It can become another set of behavior that you can also try to balance out the information that you have from the credit history. So basically, the way that the information being handed out to our customers is providing everything. But again, there's another credit scoring that you also already try to build a simplistic process to understand the customers. But again, how we try to provide the customers is to think that this customers are in the very detail. So then he can also understand what is the best needs for the customer. For instance, the customers has a lot of BNPL and lesser bank's product. So then maybe from the financial institution can understand, oh, this type of person, so I can offer in a BNPL product instead of like maybe like the personal loan, for instance. So that's become more efficient in understanding one person, and also like more targeted, more efficiently, again, to provide that customer with the needs of the loan. So I think that's right.
That's great. Thank you very much. Now we move to the next question for Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick Gunadi, how do you handle potential conflicts of interest between investors, business owners, and the crowdfunding platform itself?
Thank you. Well, aligning issuer perspective, investor perspective, and crowdfunding perspective is mostly the potential conflict is going to be from dispute of returns, dispute of investment principles. I think the key is going to be transparency and communication. For transparency, this is going to be already pursued by the OJK. We have to do that. And on the platform itself, we are creating this discussion forum that between crowdfunding platform, issuer and investors to align their perspective and to foster communication.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. Now we are moving to the next question for Mr. Alan Vestian. How do you assess the potential credit risk associated with introducing a new innovative product?
Okay. Let me give us an analogy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For example, if we are a pilot, we need to have a dashboard. Yeah, we need to have a dashboard. Start with the data, and also you need a dashboard. Don't rely too much on the autopilot mode. That's the thing that I learned also, and I implement also in the industry. So when you have a new product launch or your existing portfolio, the way we manage the risk is through the portfolio analytic. If you don't have the data, you will blow up your portfolio. Yeah. We are understand for P2P platform. We penetrate a very unique market where the bank does not play. That's why the dashboard is critical here. Yeah, you need to understand. And also, when you find any portfolio within you need to diversify your portfolio. Yeah, immediately you need to segmentize your portfolio, which one is low risk, which one is high risk. You need to be able to identify. If your portfolio consists of, total portfolio is high risk, go. No hope for you, yeah. But if you understand and you combine all your data and look on the defaulted accounts, get the insight from the defaulted accounts. And also you have to set the boundary. If you are doing a quarterly review, if you are doing monthly review, you need to set the boundary and the trigger and the cap. This is very important. This is very, it's not a rocket science, but this is very important. If your portfolio, the delinquency or the NPL above the cap or above the trigger, you need immediately identify what's wrong, whether your policy wrong, whether your process, or whether your channeling, or maybe your sales is not doing their job properly. That's what we need, the dashboard, the data, the analytics. Evaluate and re-evaluate consistently. This is will you give the insight what will happen with the portfolio. So you will have a managed and better understanding of your portfolio, so you can manage the risk properly.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Festian. Now we're moving to the question for Mr. Faisal Purwanto. How do you strike a balance between innovation and risk mitigation in product development? What measures do you have in place to assess and manage the potential risks associated with new products or feature?
Well, okay, very good questions indeed. I usually talk with the partnership team and the product development teams that they need to go wild in exploring products. Yeah. They need to go wild. They need to don't stuck to the conventional products that we already have, but do explores. As a commercial teams, you need to explore things. But one thing that I ask for them is that once wise man said that you cannot manage what you cannot measure, right? So I ask them give data, any data that the potential partners have. It could be as simple as if you are working with agriculture partnerships, their procurement of fertilizer, for example, their use of any products that they have, or as simple as their off-takers, their payers, something like that. But give us the risk team the data that we can further analyze, and we can also further investigate and validate as well. I think that's it.
Very well answered. Thank you so much, Mr. Faisal Purwanto. Now, maybe this might be our last questions addressed to Mr. Aries Purwo. And it's such a long paragraph. Please listen to it carefully from Ho Jung Choi, KB Financia Multifinance. I have a question regarding Credivo's presentation that describes the digital journey of credit decision flows. According to their information, they utilize phone data, which has sparked our interest. However, we have discovered that there are certain restrictions under the OJK regulation concerning access to personal data on mobile devices. As per their recommendation, they only allow access to location, camera, and microphone. I understand that this recommendation is specifically targeted at fintech companies, but it seems to fall into a somewhat ambiguous area. Could you please provide guidance on how financial companies can utilize phone data for risk mitigation? Additionally, it will be helpful if you could share any experiences regarding the performance of phone data usage during the underwriting process. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good question. So when we're talking about the phone data, there are some information that we can collect directly. Like you say that there is a regulation on that, and we are strictly following that regulation. So we only take the information for what we are allowed to get it, right? But when we talk about the phone information, we also try, to engage some of the, the third party who are able to get the data and use the data, because there are some external that they're able to provide that information and use that as a part of their credit scoring. So in that case, we are not directly use that information, but we use another source of information, but going to that direction. So because that a very good data that we can embed it into our credit scoring. We talk about for example, the phone locations. We talk about, for example, the profile or the type of the phone, for example, right? So that could have a different, in terms of the risk profilings. And like even small different could also give us a signal whether this is, can lead us to the risk or not. So we are really careful on that data collection, but we also try to explore any possibility or any possible way in order to enrich our source of data to strengthen our credit scoring. I hope that answered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arias. I think, gentlemen, that was all for our session. Such a thought-provoking session. Thank you very much for all the speakers. And now you may all rise, because there will be a placard, a token of appreciation from Pevindo Biro Kredit ID Score. So I'm happily inviting Mr. Wahyu Trenggono as the Director of PT PBK ID Score to come on stage and give the token of appreciation to all the speakers. Thank you very much. Please hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Faizal Purwanto, Chief Risk Officer of PT Akseleran Keuangan Inklusif Indonesia. The next, to Mr. Aris Purwo, Chief Risk Officer PT Fin Axel Finance Indonesia Kredivo. To Mr. Alan Fastian, Chief of Risk from Investri. The next, to Mr. Patrick Gunadi, Secretariat General of Aludi, Asosiasi Urun Dana Indonesia. Last but not least, the token of appreciation is given to Mr. Lucky Herviana, Digital Credit Scoring for Consumers and SMEs, and also SVP, Head of Division of Research and Development. Gentlemen, please have a photo session first. Okay, ready? Please look at the camera. In 3, 2, 1. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. You may back to your seat. Thank you very much, speakers, and Mr. Wahyu Trenggono, thank you. Alright, that was the session 2 for today's agenda. We still have session 3 and 4 after lunch. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch. Serve at this room at the back, right, and left side of this area. You may enjoy the lunch until 1:15 p.m. And also for VIP and ACRN members, the lunch will be served at Ramayana Terrace. You can find a lady with the red dress over there. They will help you to direct you to the Ramayana Terrace. So to all the VIPs and all ACRN members, you may follow two ladies, two beautiful ladies over there. And for those requiring a prayer room, we have allocated a business center for your convenience. So you can have a Zuhur prayer there. And we invite you to return to this ballroom at 1:15 p.m. to continue on the series of activities of the 4th ACRN Conference. Thank you very much everyone. Selamat makan siang. Bon appetit. Please enjoy your lunch break and I'll see you at 1:15 p.m. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who still outside the ballroom, please enter the ballroom and have a seat as we will commence our next agenda, which is session 3, very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who still outside the ballroom, we would like to invite you to enter the ballroom because we are going to continue to the third session in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch session. Now we are going to continue to the third session. Therefore, we would like to invite anyone who's still outside the ballroom to enter the ballroom and please have seat because we are going to continue to the next session. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who still outside the ballroom, please enter the ballroom and have a seat as we will commence our next agenda very shortly. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. And now we are moving to the third session of this conference, which taking the issue of coexistence of finance and ESG, management strategies for sustainable financial companies. Therefore, it is such a great honor for me to sharing the stage with our speakers, Management Board of Indonesia Institute for Corporate Directorship, Mr. Adrian Teja. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Adrian Teja. Next, we also have Middle East and Africa Country Manager Credit Info, Mr. Gary Brown. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And next, we also have Head of Sustainable Finance Asia Pacific S&P Global Ratings, Mr. Bertrand Jabule, who is joining us virtually via Zoom later. And the fourth speaker is ACRN Advisor, Mr. Inko Jun. Please welcome on the stage. Gentlemen, you may have a seat. Thank you very much. All right, the rules is the same as earlier. You will have 10-minute session for each speakers, for each presentation. And to all the participants, you are very welcome to submit and write down your questions to our speakers related to their presentation by scanning the QR code provided on your table. So please, if you have any questions, you can write down the questions, and please write down for the specific speakers you want to ask. Okay, maybe we can start from Mr. Adrian Teja.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Have your lunch, and then this is the most difficult time because it is the sleepy time. Okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm Adrian Teja. I represented IICD, Indonesia Institute for Corporate Directorship, that were founded in 2000 by World Bank to promote governance in Indonesia. And after 20 years or so, we start to go to promoting the issue of ESG, environment and social. And for today's presentation, I will discuss about the role of the CEO and also the independent and female board of directors among 4 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. Okay, I will start the presentation by, sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. I will start with science. This is the topic about mass extinction. Already experienced the extinction of 85% of our species in the Ordovician Silurian caused by global warming. And then after 5, and we always survive, now it is time for us to kill ourselves. This is the Holocene extinction. Okay, as you can see, when the technology growing, there is nuclear, there is overpopulation, hedonic lifestyle, and so on and so forth. So we experience global warming. From here, we can see that from the website, Carbon Brief ORG, you can see the black dot. It represents the temperature, and the red one is the greenhouse gases. So we can say that as we progress in our economic growth, we also progressing to kill ourselves. So it is imperative for us to make that our planet is our business. Okay? So as a businessman, we do not resort to negative issues, but we also find opportunity within the crisis. That's why I give you the performance of our work achievement in reducing carbon. As you can see, currently only 0.5 to reach the target of 1.5% degree Celsius of higher temperature. It's not enough, but the 1.5 degree is a lot of effort. So if we want to achieve temperature increase only 1.5, so the investment should grow by a lot, so the carbon emissions should decrease by 15.2% each year. Okay, because I am from Chinese, and also I will bring you one of Chinese character called Wei Ji. So this is a time of danger, there is a time of opportunity. Okay, this is the danger that banks will experience when they finance clients that do not have concern for ESG. Okay, you can read, but there's also opportunity. And as we know that bank is the one of the major financier in Asian 4 countries, especially like this one. Previously, we also see the value of credits in April, this is in May. So we can see that our loan to the corporation is around 31% of our GDP. So there is a long way to go. So this is the role of the bankers to do good to the environment, to the social, but at the same time, we can make a lot of profit by doing that. Okay, this is a different view about shareholder to the stakeholder. We always strive to have the number one. We do good without considering that we do not want to have more profit or more reducing the potential that we will have litigation issues. But we love our fellow people. That is the idea. That is the ideal that the bankers should strive. Okay, and then this is the journey. Currently, we are in the stage of fulfilling ESG disclosure regulation, which is good. And then after this, we expect that you can start growing the performance. As you can see, there is 4 ESG rating provider. The first one is Bloomberg. The Bloomberg based on checkmark. You do disclose or not. If you disclose, 1. If no, 0. And then there is also MSCI. The MSCI focusing on how firm closing the gap between current state with the target state. That is the MSCI. And then we go to the Refinitiv. The Refinitiv look backward. Refinitiv look how many negative events that your company experienced. Okay? And then the last one is Sustainalytics. And Sustainalytics discuss about your company or your client exposure to risk. So there is 4 kind of ESG rating provider with distinct methodology. Okay. But overall, they say that we want you to becoming a good corporate citizen that contribute to the society, okay, and at the same time making money. Okay, this is the current condition about ESG score for the Asian countries. As you can see, all countries already have high disclosure score for the governance. And the environment and the social is fastly catching up. In the last 5 years, it's growing almost 100% in disclosure score. Okay, that is a good progression, and we expect this to accelerate in the future. Okay, and then I do research. What the bank do to make the ideas can be reached in the shortest time possible. Okay, so this is our business idea, and then this is the sample. As you can see, we use Bloomberg Terminal, S&P 500, Capital IQ from year 2015 to 2021 using statistic. Okay, this is the result. Okay, don't alarm by the numbers. I will give you the meaning of the research. You can have the presentation, I believe, after this session. Okay, this is what we found. That bank that operating in one tier system, it means that there is no separation between board of director and board of commissioner. So they seem less concerned about social disclosure scores because it have negative values. Okay, and then we do see a good progress for longer service CEO. So after CEO have longer term in servicing, they do not have to focusing on aligning their ideals. Their ideals is already being aligned, so they can think everything that is strategic. Okay, and then this is another important things that we found, that the commitment to environment and social disclosure is not influenced by firm profitability and growth prospect. It means if there is a will, there is a way. Okay, and then we at lunch discuss about how big banks have higher disclosure. Yes, because bigger bank have more resources to do reporting, so their score tend to be higher. Okay, this is the concluding remark. Okay, we should think that doing goods does not mean that we are losing money. Okay, there is two ideas that being provided by the investor. First is providing cheap financing, and then providing higher valuation. I think that's all for me. I will give it back to the
Thank you.
MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adrian Teja. That was a very good presentation. Yeah, it's not about trade-off, but can be achieved simultaneously. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the second presentation from Mr. Gary Brown, Middle East and Africa Country Manager at Credit Info. Your time, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yep, I'm Gary from Credit Info. I'm not sure if everybody's aware of Credit Info, but we are a global credit reference agency, and we have a very important strategic partnership with Abby and his team at Bifindo. And I am here today to talk to you about ESG, so environmental social governance. And what I'm going to do today is just dive a little bit into the aspects of ESG and shed some light on its significance within the financial service sector. So we will try to explore some of the opportunities and some of the best practices that Credit Info are seeing the banks adapt to with this new piece of, or this new trend that seems to be going globally around the world. So ESG has rapidly emerged as a critical framework for evaluating and promoting sustainable practices within organizations around the globe. You can see here that about 80% of the world's largest companies are showing exposures to either physical or market risks that are either associated with ESG today. Now, 80% is quite a high figure, I'm sure you can all agree. And Adrian just touched on this aspect as well. What these companies are working very hard to do is to find the right balance between profitability and the responsibilities they have to the ESG data. I agree that it can be done in parallel. It doesn't have to be a trade-off from one to the other. but I think it's something that a lot of companies are working very hard on to do. Now, Europe is by far leading the way in terms of an ESG framework, both in terms of regulation and companies who have actually implemented ESG into their decision-making process. What we are finding is that it's very likely that the rest of the world and the different regions in the world will likely look to the EU and follow a similar framework so that they can also compete, but they can also follow out similar processes that are happening there. And what we're finding is that you know, ESG is there. It is meant to be a key part of their decision-making processes. It's a key factor in all of companies' future strategic planning. This is because it does help manage risks. It helps enhance reputation. It helps meet the regulatory requirements, drive innovation, and also increase access to capital. So we've heard a lot today about financial inclusion, and this is all about using financial or traditional and non-traditional data. ESG is just another data source, and it's doing the same thing. It's there to help increase access to capital. And what we're also finding is that you know, the majority of organizations now, particularly within the EU, are looking to access funds or work with companies that have ESG fully integrated into their decision-making process. So how can ESG insights help unlock sustainable finance? So an ESG solution empowers banks, financial services, financial institutes, investors, help make smarter decisions and create a longer-term value through the creation of multiple channels. Unfortunately, the biggest challenge is data. So not only data availability, but accurate data. So poor data in, poor data out. Luckily, through global data sets, Credit Info has actually delivered or built a solution called Vera, and I'm going to come on to that in a few slides' time. I'm going to skip that for now. As this data is a new field for many banks, many financial institutes, it's also very important that the data and the risk assessment that's associated with ESG is credible. And then the second major challenge is regulation. I mentioned the EU is at the forefront in terms of setting regulation within this space, and other regions are following. And what we are looking at doing, and what we're seeing here in the Asian market, is that this is now starting. And with the added regulation, what we are actually going to be able to see happen within these new markets that are starting ESG is it's actually going to solve the first challenge. So with the regulation, we're going to be able to solve the issue of data not being available and the accuracy of data. So SFDR, this is an example of one of the EU regulations that's currently in place. SFDR stands for Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. What the SFDR does is it requires all of the financial services sector in the EU to describe not if, but how ESG risks are integrated into their decision-making process. This is really important, it's really big. But the problem that they all face is the availability of data. And I think what's really interesting to see is that within this space, I was actually able to find a report that was done here in Indonesia that basically follows some of the similarities that we can see in the SFDR in Europe. This was prepared by the Sustainable Finance team at the International Affairs Department and the Sustainable Finance cross-sectorial team. It involves 8 banks being part of this, so I'm not too sure of how many of you in the room today are aware of this. I'm by no means an expert on this paper, but I did have a read of it last week, and I did notice there was a lot of similarities with this paper and what we're seeing elsewhere. So a lot of people ask the question, where in the process is an ESG risk assessment needed or required? So I've just got a bit of an investment process example here to show where typically an ESG risk assessment is carried out. So typically we would identify an investment that someone's interested in. We would assess the long-term value of that investment. And then next, following that, we would look at the ESG risk assessment. So we would understand from that company or from that portfolio of stocks, what is the risk associated with ESG? And only then would then the process continue from where it is prior to ESG being involved. I'm running out of time. I thought I had 20 minutes, but I only have 10, so I'm going to quickly jump through some of these slides. So ESG, so what actually is included within each of those bandings? So environmental, I'm sure that's probably the most common, well-known grouping within here when it's looking at water and energy consumption, waste management, emissions, any other sort of environmental impact or compliance. We then have social, which looks at work ethics, products and services, treatments of the community, and then governments, which could be different disclosures, court cases, responsibility of the board. Now, like any risk assessment, the ESG risk process is not done in any sort of different or special way. People are always asking, how do we evaluate the risk? How do we evaluate the credit score or the ESG score? And it's done in a very similar way to a risk score. First, we need to gather the data. We look at the data across the industry that we're working in. We identify the goods, the bads. We combine that data with all of the ESG data that we have. You've already heard the term a few times today, logistic regression, machine learning. It's all done in the same way. And what we're then able to do at the end of that is calculate a final score for each organization. I'm going to quickly jump through this just in the interest of time, but this is just looking at how a final ES score could be used within the creditworthiness or the credit assessment process. I mentioned that the biggest problem we face is data. What data is currently available? And if we look at the EU, we have made massive strides in the last 2 years in terms of more data being available, more data being comparable, being verified, whether it's relevant. And the reason for this is because of the regulations that have been put in place. The regulations force the companies to have reliable data on themselves, to validate that data, and it being readily available. These are just a couple of examples of These are a couple of examples of how an ESG solution could be used. So if we have a financial advisor working at a bank and one of their clients come into them and ask them that they do not want their portfolio to be heavily exposed to companies with poor labor conditions. And they also want to know how can high carbon emitting companies affect his portfolio. What the advisor does at the bank is they can come to Credit Info and seek the Vera solution. And what Credit Info can do is part of that solution, they can consolidate all the information based on this client's portfolio so that the financial advisor can go back to the client and say that there's 2 companies within his portfolios that are working in countries with very bad working conditions. And also that 20% of the portfolio are companies which are under the ETS system. ETS is the emission tracking system, which might be affected by increased costs. So the Vera platform allows the advisor to get clear, concise, accurate, summarized information in one report that they can go back and help manage their clients with. I won't jump through the second one because we are running out of time, but it's a very similar story. And I will jump to the very last slide. So what is VERA? So if you imagine a credit report containing all the financial and non-financial information, looking at the payment history, the credit score, VERA is a credit report containing ESG information. So Credit Info have done a lot of the hard work by gathering this information, mainly from global data sets. We also allow companies to update and verify their own information, and we're able to produce this into a summarized report. So you can imagine that this could be integrated within a credit report, which is possible, or it could be a standalone solution that banks use on its own. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gary Brown, for your presentation. All right, I would like to remind all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to ask the speakers some questions, you may write it down and submit by scanning the QR code provided on your table. Now, I believe it's time for Mr. Inko Jun to deliver his presentation. Your time, sir.
Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Is after lunch you feel very boring and sleepy? But I prepared this presentation only for you. I hope after my presentation I hope your way of thinking and way of the thought would be changed. In my personal opinion about the ESG is, main goal is to protect our family. Do you know the real meaning of the family? Do you know the spell? F-A-M-I-L-Y. You have the family, right? Family is consist of is your mom and father and children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren, right? What's the meaning of the family? F means father. A means aunt. M means mother. I means I. L is love. Y is you. So family means father and mother. I love you. ESG is family to protect. Okay? Time is limited, but I don't know. Until it's finished my presentation. You have seen that this kind of right many times. Why ESG? Human rights. Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, 1948. What is the human rights? Have you ever think about that kind of definition so far? You have worked so far. But it's time to think again the real meaning and hidden meaning of the human rights. All human beings are born free, equal in dignity and rights, blah, blah. Do you think the world is equal? Because it is not equal, we say it is too equal. So look at the motto. Motto is UN motto. An inclusive United Nations, like Louis Vuitton, yeah, different colors into the same. It's your world. Peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. Yeah. So UN human rights serve as the basis for the ESG global guidelines. Belong to S. Some people say ESG, S means Satan, as according to Elon Musk. And human environment. During the COVID, you have suffered many times. And when it is historically, in terms of the ESG, when you look back, it is the industrial revolution, 16th centuries. Look at the 19th, it's a 52, Great Britain. And oil was harm birds. So environment is very, very important. So UNEP is principle 2, The important thing is for the benefit of present and future generation. Not our generation, it's for future generation. Future generation means your son and your grandchildren, grandchildren. What is ESG? ESG management is make a decision. Governance is a right make a decision based on the E and S to minimize negative impact and maximize positive impact on the environment and society. So ESG is the industry term often used in the financial sectors and investment industries. You have heard about many times about the sustainability. Sustainability is the center of the ESG. Okay, what is the sustainable development? Many people talk about the sustainable. The real meaning is the concept is described by the 1987 Brundtland Commission report in our common future. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. That's the real definition. Kofi Annan is 7th Secretary General in UN. He played a pivotal role like these Avengers, and he's called the father of the ESG. He proposed MDGs, Millennium Development Goal, for 15 years, from 2000 to 2015. And so created is UNGC, Global Compact. And 2003, ESG word has been written in this report, Who Cares Win? That was first. It has been used in the UNPRI. Why UNPRI has been established? Kofi Annan is proposed good idea. Invited these corporate companies, but there's no response to adopt his ideas. So economists of the Kofi Annan, these advisors, hey, Kofi, in this case, you should persuade the financial institutions because if I invest to the company, oh yeah, it's a good idea. Because of that, UNPRI, principle for responsible investment. When you invest, you should have the responsible. Looks familiar, this picture, right? The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. At that time, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, he adopted, he succeeded in his coffee project. Until 2030, 17 goals. And target is 169, 232 indicators. And then, BlackRock. Kofi is the father of the ESG and player is Avengers role. Larry Pink is poured oil in the small fires of the Kofi Annan project. Then boom. He sent annual message to the investor, to the partners. Yeah, climate risk is investment risk. Opportunity of the net zero transition. Historical of the ESG investing. 2000 is the ESG principles. At that time, Equator Principles, 2003. Equator Principle is established by the IFC. About its 116 FIs adopted Equator Principle. And the 2004 Who Cares Win, and 2006 is UNPRI. 2010 is the Sustainable Investment Guideline. It's EU, NFRD, and TCFD, SASB. And 2020 is ESG institutionalization, ESG diffusion, EU taxonomy, SEG, GHG, greenhouse gas. Look at that. In 2000, there were many ESG providers. Now, after 20 years, a few, only Moody's, MSCI, S&P. Why? The big players, I think, is really good business models to make huge money. But to my viewpoint, this is not the business to make huge money. They have to, is attitude to how to devote, how to keep it, deliver, transit, is a good planet to our generation. In Korea cases, result of the domestic and overseas ESG rating evaluation. MSCI, Refinitiv, and KCS. There are 3 ESG providers. You know very well about the Hyundai Steel and Kia Motors. Hyundai Motor. MSCI issued CCC. Definitive, AA. In Korea, KCS, BBB and A. Think about it. The gap, 5 rating is gap. Can you believe it? In this case, who's the provider will be used? MSCI, because they are a global player. Why these kind of things happen? Due to the difference in evaluating criteria. And also, it is necessary to improve the data consistency and methodology, transparency. Think about that. This is the same as the credit bureau in Indonesia. How many credit bureaus in Indonesia? There are 3 credit bureaus, PBK, KBIJ, and CLIC, right? 3 credit bureaus, they issue the credit bureau score to the same customers. But it's Pak Johan, for example, like Bebindo gave me the 900 score. CLIC gave me the 800. KBIJ gave me the 600. Can you believe it? That kind of score can be used. Is it helpful for the FI to make the right decision? No, I don't think so. ESG is the same cases. Who knows very well about the local market? Global player or local player? I think IICD is a doctor. They are very expert in understanding the governance data. Let's think about the sustainability report and ESG report. That's different. Sustainability report is for whom? For all stakeholders. And the guideline is a GRI standard. GRI is a Global Reporting Initiative standard. There is a guideline. ESG report is for whom? To investors. And guideline is a SASB, ISB, TCFD. Different. So this is a sample from the Bank Mandiri. Sustainability report. Annually, they spend huge money to receive this kind of report. Look at that. 19. Yeah, SDG, 17 SDGs, right? Goal. Bank Mandiri, is doing it to meet this kind of guidelines among 17 guidelines, blah, blah. And BCA, yeah, sustainability report. Yeah, look at the IICD. They received the IICD certificate because we learned many, many things from the training educations. Okay, you give it a good rating. And BCA also same cases, try to show that it's meet that is 17 SDGs. This is the one of the major bank in Korea, KBFG, KB Finance Group. And there is a membership in Global Initiative. UN is a Global Compact, NCDP and UNEP and blah, blah. Many, there is a global association they join to meet the global standard. And KB also delivered the KB Green Wave loans for outstanding ESG companies, and KB Green Wave 1.5 degrees Celsius finance product, and KB Net Zero Star finance product, and special product for green vehicles. So while you're working in the FIs, I hope to make the new product to meet the ESG for consumers. Generate a good idea. And also the KB provide ESG consulting and ESG self-assessment tool delivered to the company. ESG assessment tool is very important. What is the ESG self-assessment? Let me show you. The paradigm is like this. Interaction of the ESG and credit. ESG factors and credit factors. But there is overlap. About these 50% is overlap. New paradigm in credit rating, business information from the financial perspective to generate credit rating. Business performance from the non-financial perspective is to generate a sustainability report. On the basis of that, generate the ESG assessment. Self-assessment is from the one of the it's a big credit bureau in Korea, name is Kodata, self-assessment services. Enter the business registration number, and then enter company profile information, company name. And then these automatically is financial statement. Is they extract, they receive it. And then, so it's select environmental permission, choose your industry. In ESG model, there already is about 17 segments, and is around these 600 parameters will be used. It's likely to build the SME model in the same cases. And in cases, do you have any environmental certificate? Yes or no? Do you have a history of environmental accident? Yes or no? This is the questionnaire. And social, did the number of employees increase compared to the previous years or not? Do you have human resources related to these certifications? Blah, blah. And governance, have you violated the fair trade law within the past year? Do you have a fair trade related certifications? Do you have a corporate ethics charter? Yes or no? And then, on the basis of this kind of data and questionnaire, result is like this. Yeah. ESG means is only considering financial values when making corporate decisions, but also considering environment and social value, which are non-financial factors. ESG is 3 core elements for achieving sustainability in corporate management. And is the opinion. So to improve the ESG rating, in these cases, establish of the environment management policies, goals and plans, and monitoring of the goals are necessary, we recommend. Or is the establishment of the implementation of the eco-friendly design plan for productive and services. This is one company, but large company work together with the vendors, first vendor, second vendor. When they apply this supply chain, large company assessment is not enough. They have to consider the first vendor, second vendor. That's why supply management is important. 2030 HRN ESG program. I'm very, very proud to introduce about the mission of the HRN ESG project. HRN ESG program 1, target 8.8, protect labor rights and promote a safe and secure working environment for all workers, including migrant workers. Target 8.10, strengthen the capacity of domestic financial institutions to encourage and expand access to banking, insurance, and finance services for all. How? HRN, how can you do this kind of program? Tomorrow there is a HRN general meeting, so we will discuss about this financial inclusion for the overseas laborers. How to help them? And ESG program 2, target 10.7, facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people. By 2030, is reduce the less than 30% the transaction cost of migrant remittances. Eliminate remittance corridors with a cost higher than 5%. Can you imagine that kind of is a number? This information from the UN. You are in is a very, very specialized class in your life, in the world trade. When you talk about the ESG, when you talk about the migration, they are not the first class, not the economy class. They are the last carriage class. How many people are working outside? Have you ever think about that? Have you ever think of how to help by the name of ESG or by the name of a CSR? That's your mission. You are working for the financial institutions. I also work with the FI financial institutions. While I'm working in this bank, one of my best proud is to make a new product to support the subprime customers. So I want to create a new product to support, not the VVIP, that's private banking can handle that. subprime customers, and SMEs and micros. How to support? ESG program 3, 9.3. Increase the access of a small-scale industrial and other enterprise. It means how to support the SME to access the financial services. To do that, data is very, very important. In the morning, from the MYF, the lady explained about the credit scoring. What is credit scoring? Good credit scoring system based on the bunch of data. Without the data, it's impossible. But when I look at the Indonesia Credit Bureau, how to collect the MSME data? Data is spread in the market, but important thing is how to collect it. Being able to use and to analyze. That's very important. If you have the strong interest, if you the intention to support, to be together, you can make it in Indonesia. It's number one. So ASEAN members is ready to devote this kind of the mission. Future of ESG investing. ESG landscape will continue to evolve rapidly. ESG investing and the regulation will continue to expand and cover more topics. Future of the corporate responsibility is belong to the supply chain management. To do that, I think the first priority is training and education. Most of people, even in Korea, same cases. ESG, yes, I heard many, many times. ESG, yes, environment, social, governance. But what is governance? If I ask you about the meaning of the governance, governance is a decision making. It's a transparency of the finance. This is a subsidiary. Is a good decision making based on the environment and social. So training and education is very important. To get the synergy effect, I recommend in Korea use the self-assessment, ESG self-assessment. Oh, assessed my company by myself. Yep, is my grade is like triple C. So now I understand, okay, how to enhance my rating. Is what kind of parameters should be prepared, should be managed in the near future. Without that, only focus these global players and these ESG rating companies. You give these data and then your rating is to triple B. And that's all. How to enhance my ESG rating? They do not teach you, you know? Credit bureau score is the same case. If you got the 600 bureau score, you should deliver the reason code to the consumer how to increase your bureau score. Without delivering that kind of information, the consumer, how can he manage their own score by themselves? That's not fair. Last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not yet. Start again. Previous slide. According to the Secretary General, is a good tell. After COVID-19, humanity will live completely different life. Do you think so? All policies, systems, management that do not consider sustainability. Now you understand about the real meaning of the sustainability, right? Not only present, but also for future. We lead the outbreak of the second and third COVID. If you love your family, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, you should understand, you should keep the sustainability concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a very comprehensive presentation and very energetic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is the last presentation from Mr. Bertrand Jabuli, who is joining us virtually via Zoom. He is Head of Sustainable Finance, Asia Pacific S&P Global Ratings. Mr. Jabuli, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me too?
Yeah, very
Amazing.
clear. All right.
I would have to share my screen if possible, because unfortunately I couldn't be with you today. With some Okay. Perfect. So, someone will be moving the slides then, I guess, for me?
Yep. We already
Yeah, okay.
show your slide here.
Okay, but then I will be brief because first I'm not as eloquent as the previous presenter, and second I'm the last one, and third I'm remotely speaking, so it's very difficult to catch anyone's attention. So don't be scary. You see, a slide with many different boxes with many sustainability themes. But what I want to do today is to cover those which we believe as S&P Global Ratings are most relevant for Indonesia today and tomorrow, and discuss also a little bit the implications when it comes to sustainable funding, and as well some high-level thoughts, on the relationship between ESG and economic performance, because this is always a topic of interest. If we can move to the next one, please. No, we can't? Oh, yes, we can. All right. So previous presentations have, stressed the importance of regulation. It was more from a European angle. Just want to stress that regulation, it's something that is not only coming from the West, it's also something that is self-generated, so to speak. We've seen the first ESG reporting requirements introduced by the OJK in 2017. And to us, a key milestone was reached in Indonesia with, the green taxonomy in 2022. We do appreciate we are still in a kind of trial and error era where there could be some adjustments, but to us it's quite critical to give investors and financial institutions some visibility of what is green and what may not be as green, even though we also do appreciate that there are two risks brought by those regulations. The first one is regulatory fatigue, our reporting fatigue, which is something that we have seen a lot, in the previous presentation on ESG ratings. Those require substantial data collection, for instance, and they also create some litigation risks, and especially for financial institutions, as civil society is paying more and more attention to those considerations. To me, the 2019, case in Jakarta on the quality of air was really a founding moment in Indonesia, where you had some NGOs, individuals, activists, I don't really know how to describe those people, who sued the local government, claiming that the government had failed, to address decisively those considerations. If we could move to the next slide, please. Yeah, and beyond, regulation / litigation, which are obviously the two big elephants in the room, there are also interesting, topics I would like to cover. The first one is this, energy transition complexity, because on the one hand, everyone wants transition, but on the other hand, just like Indonesia, in 2022, the country officially reached 100% electrification rate, and relies a lot on coal, because the affordability considerations are quite important in a domestic context. So even though the country has launched this Just Energy Transition Partnership, right, with a few other nations to channel dedicated funding to the energy transition, I think that shows the complexity of first transitioning, and second, potentially sometimes raising funds for it. To me, there is the classic case is readaptation and resilience. In the past 3 decades, Indonesia has seen about 300 natural disasters that made it to the headlines, essentially. So that's about 10 per year. But when you are looking at data points, you see that resilience funding, at least across Asia Pac, where we do have data, is less than 5% of sustainable investments. So this is quite low. Hence, this climate financing gap, which everyone agrees on. You know, obviously there may be some diverging views on how big it is, but clearly there is something that could be done and that could be better done here. And that leads me to my next slide and a few considerations on sustainable capital markets across Asia-Pac. So at first glance, we could say, oh, it's great, because they've been growing fairly strongly, and they even grew last year, you know, when global bond markets were down, so suggesting that there is a decreasing correlation between, you know, the global / plain vanilla bonds and the sustainable bonds. Still, they have not really been diversifying, arguably, because at the end of the day, China, Korea, and Japan, they've accounted for about 80% of total amounts raised of $220 billion equivalent. And Indonesia for only 1%. So, just want to share with you some thoughts on what is going on then in Indonesia and why we have so limited label funding so far. Next slide, please. So first, the diagnostic. There is clear interest from investors on Indonesian opportunities, and their interest, actually, they totally mirror what we see elsewhere in the region, meaning that 50% of green bonds, they have, you know, themes around renewable energy, 30% of them, it's about green buildings, energy efficiency, and about a fourth of them on clean transportation. And those are exactly the themes, you know, which fund providers are interested to see in Indonesia. So we've seen that there is limited volumes. There are great appetites, you know, to support Indonesia in its sustainability journey. So then, what could be some explanation? If we can move to the next slide, please. Well, it's always a bit adventurous, you know, to make a diagnostic. But if we are just facts-based, there is a lack of supply. You know, sustainable funding in Indonesia, it's about 8 green sukuk, right? Since 2018, you had one SUSLINK instrument by a private operator in 2021, and that's about it. And most of those sustainable bonds have been issued in hard currencies, essentially USD, less than 5% in rupiah. So first, I believe that, you know, maybe Indonesia has not a mature sustainability ecosystem today with, you know, sustainability expertise in companies, among fund providers, ESG intelligence providers. We do appreciate the complexity of data. This has been stressed repeatedly, but at the end of the day, when you have different information providers feeding you with some data, then you have the possibility to compare and to contrast. And second, when you're looking at the NDC of the country, sizable portion relies, you know, on better land use. And we all know that biodiversity, land use protection, etc., it's the kind of the new frontier in green investment. It's very complicated to find, you know, performance indicators, meaning to channel really funding where it should go. A last consideration could be also that of transaction cost, because especially when you are giving it a try for the first time from an issuer perspective, it can be costly to raise sustainable funding. You have to do enhanced due diligences. You may want to hire a second party opinion provider, etc., etc. And, you know, based on the, I would say, the geographic breakdown of the works we've been doing in the ESG space across the region, it seems that, you know, targeted subsidies have typically been quite effective at unlocking, you know, the market potential, and this is why most countries, including Hong Kong, have put in place such mechanisms just to help issuers absorb upfront fees and to help really launch the momentum in the market. Moving on to the next slide, please. Yeah, we were asked to think a little bit about the correlation, if any, between ESG, and financial performance, especially that of financial institutions. You have, a lot of academic studies on this topic, and arguably the conclusions are a bit of a mixed bag. So I think they should be really seen with a bit of caution. At least, what I want to discuss briefly here are just the conclusions which I found personally the least potentially controversial. So first, the correlation between financial economic performance and ESG performance will not happen overnight. So it takes a bit of track record. So for any company starting a sustainability journey, you can potentially expect progress to be slow. Second, from a pure funding perspective, it seems that ESG integration has been more effective than negative screening, meaning, we have those criteria, you do not abide by them, so you're not eligible anymore to get funding. I would tend to say that another good reason to stick to ESG integration is to ensure that the most complex assets from a sustainability perspective do not end up in the private space, where there is less transparency, there is less accountability. Private equity funds, they have invested more than $1 trillion in fossil fuels globally, in the past 15 years, and this is a consequence of sometimes this kind of hot potato game. Sustainability initiatives, they can provide a buffer, so to speak. So meaning that if you are, let's say you are treating your employees very well, offering good benefits, focusing on diversity, upskilling, career opportunity, it may not make a huge difference when times are good, but if times become more challenging, that may create a kind of buffer that may help, entities to absorb turbulences, at least in the short term. And last but not least, we've been, repeatedly stressing the importance of quality disclosures, consistent, available, and quality data. But it's also important to stress that reporting is just the tip of the iceberg. So the best reporting may not relate to the best ESG performance. I will stop here in the interest of time because I know we have a busy agenda. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertrand Jabuli. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the question and answer session. So you are still welcome to submit any questions to any of our talented speakers here. And we are started from the first question from Kevin Chandri from Barit Capital. Since he didn't mention any any particular speaker, so I would like to ask this question to all of you, okay? Please listen carefully. With so many standards for ESG performance standard, how should we wisely choose what standard of ESG performance we implement? And in the same topic, how to avoid greenwashing our performance. Okay, who's gonna start first? SNP? Okay, Mr. Jabuli?
Yeah,
are you going to start first?
No, absolutely no. This is why I was stressing the risk of regulatory fatigue. So I would just make a distinction between, the requirements. So then, you have no choice. You just have to abide by some lawful requirements. And then the optional standards. I would say that probably a criteria would be to go with standards where you have with the broadest coverage, in your sector. Because at the end of the day, what are we trying to achieve through standards? It's really comparability. So meaning that if you are the only, I don't know, palm oil company with applying a given standard, then that makes it very difficult for fund providers to benchmark your performance. So I would probably focus, on standards or indicators, certifications, you name them, with the largest coverage and relevant coverage.
Very wise answer. Thank you so much, Mr. Jaboli. And then,
about the first question, to add something, who will be the best provider in choosing as a partner? It depends on, in my opinion, for example, KB Financial Group. One of the investors is BlackRock. They are the third shareholder of the KB Group. In that case, KB should use the MSCI because MSCI is a major provider of the BlackRock. And that's why I told the global players are doing many things in Asia countries to provide these many things. But in Asia countries, they did not prepare from these local companies. That's why these data providing is very important. Rating, okay, we can make the transparency, like similar to the MSCI and S&P. I believe eventually the rating methodology will be transparent and could be similar. The important thing is how to get the data accurate. That's very important. And greenwashing, in case of the greenwashing, could be later is a side effect of that company. So I heard most of these FIs and corporate try to avoid greenwashing. Now is a trend. Greenwashing, that was before. Now and the future, they act like the greenwashing, they will get the side effect of the market. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much to Mr. Inko Jun. Now maybe from Mr. Gary Brown, are you going to answer anything?
Not on that one, no, I've not really got anything to add, to be honest.
Thank you. And what about you, Mr. Adrian Teja?
I think I will add about greenwashing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As when I discussed with my colleague, mostly they see greenwashing as a binary outcome. Either you are greenwashing or not, or you are bad or you are good. Just binary. But how about looking greenwashing as a continuum? Okay, we in the academic have idea about how to measure the level of disclosure, like being provided by Bloomberg, the checkmark one, with the MSCI or Refinitiv or Sustainalytics. Since they discuss about the level of achievement, okay? If the level achievement is not growing, but their disclosure level is high, we can say that, okay, there is an indication of greenwashing, and if they perform better, improve over time, then we say that their practice of greenwashing is getting smaller and smaller, and then it's a good progression. So I think that is the idea about let's not judge about greenwashing. Maybe they just need more time to comply, to achieve the targeted performance.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the insight. Now we're moving to the second question. This is a very interesting question. Comes also from Kevin. What role can the credit scoring industry play in promoting sustainable behaviors among customers, and how these behaviors be incentivized? Let's say you incentivize with better credit rating, hence cheaper lending rate. How should a financing company defend their performance with this lower potential profitability? Is there any one of you wants to give your insight?
Yeah, I can have a go at this one. So I think the alignment with the credit score is an ideal place for an ESG score to kind of take place. The reason being is the credit score is calculated from gathering information, storing information, analysing information from the credit bureau. The credit bureau are experts in that data analytics process. And I think having an ESG score or an ESG risk assessment, it fits perfectly into what a credit bureau is there and designed to do. So credit bureaus, in my opinion, are a great place to start for an ESG score. I think that answers the first part of the question. The second part of the question you might have to repeat.
And let's say you incentivize with better credit rating, hence cheaper lending rate. How should a financing company defend their performance with this lower potential profitability?
Well, I think it's already incentivized in a way, because I think we've been able to prove that companies that have the ESG rating already implemented into their decision-making process does perform, or it can perform better and provide more longer-term value. So I think the incentive should already be there. I'm not too sure I would agree that there should be any more additional incentives over, or maybe there could be an argument to say that it could be introduced into risk-based pricing. That's not something I've really thought about it before, but yeah, possibly.
All right, thank you very much.
Let me add the questions. Actually, there is a ESG score and rating, and there is a credit bureau score is the highly correlated. But now, ESG rating is based on it's a large company listed in the stock market. So, a credit bureau has not prepared yet to provide that kind of the ESG rating. Now, look at that. Who is the ESG rating provider? Not that is a credit is a rating company. It's obviously like the Moody's, MSCI, S&P, Pitches. They are not belong to it's different from the credit bureau, credit rating agency. Credit bureau is collecting the data. When I mentioned about when you consider it's a supply chain management, in that case, that is necessary. But now ESG rating is based on the company listed in the stock market, so large company. So when you're rating the ESG, in case of Korea, maybe MSCI is the same case, 17 industries. When you only consider about the environment, like the business industry belongs to the casino, or the coal, is mining. Oh, it's highly related to the environment, right? It's good get is low is rating. And FIs, financial institutions, so is to give a good company having a good ESG rating. This is a positive approach, not a negative approach. Having a good ESG rating, okay, FIs give the incentives. What kind of incentive? Increase the credit limit. And lower the interest rate in some cases. It's incentive policy. So not the negative approach, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingo.
I will add.
Silakan, Mr. Adrian.
Okay. We in IICD relentlessly already promoting the idea of good corporate governance for the last almost 23 years. Okay. And one idea about good corporate governance is we do not like surprises. Okay. So if a firm have a good ESG rating and a good commitment for ESG rating, so the potential for the rating company to mistakenly judge the financial condition and the future will be lower. That's why the rating should be given higher, because the error from the assessment will be lower. I think that is the idea why the rating company should promoting the idea about ESG rating and the firm commitment for ESG rating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Jabule, do you have something to say or enough?
Nothing to add now. Thank you.
Okay, enough for this time. Now we are moving to the third question. It's from Randy from Maybank. How many financial service Indonesia comply to ESG regulation? Any one of you can answer? Yeah, I think the only one that can answer this question is Mr. Adrian.
Okay, as short as I know, I do not dare to say as far as I know, as short as I know, only one bank, the CIMB Niaga, is the one that is bold enough to discard credit to the mining sectors. I think that is the one and only. But we hope that the role of the bank is not just financing, but financing with a good intention to help them to becoming a better company. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I hope it can help you, Mr. Randy. Now the fourth question from Patrick Gunadi Danamat. What are the challenges to implement ESG scoring for SMEs and how to verify? Any one of you wants to give your insight?
Yeah, I think I touched on this in my presentation. The biggest challenge is data availability. Although we have access to global data sets, until regulation is put into effect, it's very difficult to enforce or encourage or incentivize companies to submit that data and make sure that it's verified in the right way. So as I mentioned, what we've seen in the EU is that when the regulation comes into effect, the data quality improves, and with the better data, the better decisions that can be made on the back of it.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Inko, do you have something to say?
How long? It depends on your effort, actually, in terms of SME. Now it's focused, as I told you, it's a large company listed in the stock market. When you mention about the SME, it means it belongs to the supply chain management. That's called the global value chain. Think about that. It's a small companies. It's located in the remote area, yeah? It's Tangerang and Bogor. There are many manufacturers. When you think about to get the data from that kind of company, environment data and social data, how can you get the data? Very difficult. So from now on, you need to prepare. You need to train for the SME to prepare for that kind of the data. How to keep the data, how to generate that kind of data to meet your suppliers and client. Depends on your effort. But we believe it takes a long time. But should be prepared.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Inko. Is there any other perspective? Mr. Adrian?
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. Well, to me, there is a key consideration, underlying the data availability is that of SMEs, by definition, lower resources, right? And so who's going to pay for the data if they do not have a real incentive to provide it, if it doesn't translate into business opportunities, into more favorable financing terms, etc., etc. And to me, this is where potentially, governments have a key role to play in, creating and establishing the incentives for SMEs, to start in the first place collecting the data, because quite often it's not even a matter of data quality, but more simply of data availability.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jabuli. Now, Mr. Adrian?
Okay, I would like to think in two conditions. The first one is how the rating company collecting data. The first one is they're using program. So when company, even the small and medium enterprise, they already all have their own website. So when they put on the data on the website, it will be taken by the program. And the rating company can assess, not accurate, but can assess the level of their ESG commitment. And then the second one is in Indonesia, a lot of firm is being related to one conglomerate. For instance, I would like to use Astra International. Astra International, their supply chain is like the Keiretsu in Japan. So when Astra International have good commitment for ESG, they will require all the supply chain also have a commitment to ESG, or not, they will not use they as the supplier. So we have leaders in ESG that will transform all the supply chain into firms that have good commitment for ESG. I think that is for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, before forgetting it, let me give the one example.
Mhm.
SME have you ever seen that there is a picture is a Life magazine? The children, it's a young boy, is doing is a football. The brand is a Nike. Yeah? That picture is spread globally, and because of that, Nike, that company is not belong to me. We are it's a vendor located in Pakistan. But Nike announced, okay, we take responsibility to manage our vendor. That's the cases of the supply chain. Why we manage the vendor is very important.
Thank you very much, Mr. Inku. Now we are moving to. Oh, I'm sorry, because the time limitation, we have to end our discussion. So we have come to the end of this third session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, speakers, for your insight. That was a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. We would like to say thank you to Mr. Adrian Teja, Mr. Gary Brown, Mr. Bertrand Jabuli, and also Mr. Inku John. Please rise up because we are going to give you a token of appreciation. Therefore, we would like to invite Mr. Wahyu Trenggono as the director of PT TBK ID Score to come on the stage and give the token of appreciation. Alright, the first placard will be given to Mr. Adrian Teja, Management Board of Indonesia Institute for Corporate Directorship. And to the next placard will be given to Mr. Gary Brown, Middle East and Africa Country Manager Credit Info. The third placard will be given to ACRN Advisor, Mr. Inko Jun. And how about the placard for Mr. Jabuli? Are we going to send him? Okay, Mr. Jabuli, could you please take a picture with us? With a very big smile on your screen, okay? Speakers, let's take a picture. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, Mr. Jabuli. Hope to see you in person next time. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next agenda, which is the last discussion session, we will enjoy the 15 minutes coffee break. So please return to this ballroom at 3:15, to continue on the series of activities of the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. You'll be excited because we have one more discussion, So please be back in 15 minutes and I'll see you in the next session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth session will begin shortly. Therefore, we would like to invite everyone to enter the ballroom immediately because we're going to start the event immediately. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the event in a few minutes. Therefore, we invite everyone, for those of you who are still outside the ballroom, please enter the main ballroom immediately because we are going to start the event shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat as we are going to begin the last session shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th Asia Credit Reporting Network Conference. Back with me again, Rani Raj, and it's such a great honor for me to lead the 4th discussion session. But before that, I would like to remind you to please stay with us until the end of this session, because at the end of the session, we will draw door prize for those of you who already register yourself on registration desk this morning. So please make sure you have already registered yourself, because we have 3 units of Galaxy Tab A7 and 2 units of Xiaomi TV soundbar. That will be drawn this evening, later at the end of the session. So let's continue to the next session. We are going to start the 4th discussion that will taking the issue about the role of credit reporting agencies. Therefore, it is such a great honor for me to sharing the stage with senior staff KCIS, Mr. Song Jae Lim. Please come to the stage. And then Team Chief GCIC, Mr. Chi Yan Lin. Please come to the stage. Next, we will also have Director of Banking Information, Surveillance and Crisis Management Protocol, Indonesia Financial Services Authority or OJK, Mr. Asian Lubis. Please come forward, sir. Last but not least, we also have Director of Digital Financial Innovation Department, Indonesia Financial Services Authority OJK, Mr. Dino Milano Siregar. All right, gentlemen, please have a seat. As usual, I will give 10 minutes for each of you to present your presentation. And then for the participants, as usual, you are very welcome to submit and write down your questions to these speakers by scanning the QR code provided on your table. So please, we really encourage you to participate in this discussion. Let's start with the first speaker. I think we're going to start from Mr. Song Jae-lim, Senior Staff, KCIS.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Song Jae-lim from Korea Credit Information Services, KCIS. Today, I will explain about the key roles of KCIS as a PCR in digitalization of Korean financial industry. Today, I prepared 20-minute long presentation, but it seems like I only have 10 minutes, so I'm gonna have to skip the slides while I continue. So first is digital transition in Korea. The digital transformation in Korea and globally has accelerated, particularly since the outbreak of COVID-19. Increased smartphone penetration and the pandemic have driven the shift from traditional face-to-face financial transactions to digital transactions. Nowadays, consumers can have access to most financial products and services without visiting physical branches. Digital transformation requires integrating and centralizing previously scattered information. KCIS plays two main roles in supporting this transformation. First, KCIS operates as a credit reporting system. It has developed advanced data systems that collect credit information from diverse institutions and provide it to financial institutions in real time or batch in user-friendly formats. Second, KCIS supports the My Data ecosystem. It actively assists financial institutions and fintech companies in showing customers their scattered financial data from various sectors in one place. So the credit reporting system structure is as follows. When a consumer applies for a loan, the financial institution inquires about the consumer's credit information from public credit registry and credit bureaus. PCR and CBs provide the requested information which the financial institution combines with its internal data to make loan decisions using an automated credit scoring system. If the loan is approved, the financial institution registers the loan information to PCR and CBs. So PCR, such as KCIS, operates as a government agency or non-profit organization. CBs, such as NICE Information Services or Korea Credit Bureau, are profit-making companies in Korea. So in Korea, we have a two-tiered structure for credit reporting system. KCIS coexists with profit-making CBs. So all financial and public institutions must provide credit information to KCIS, and KCIS is obligated to provide credit information to the institutions. However, CBs collect and provide information through contracts with individual institutions. So in Korea, the PCR function started in 1955, and it was transferred from the Bank of Korea to the Korea Federation of Banks, and finally to KCIS. So under the Credit Information Use and Protection Act, all financial institutions, government agencies, and public agencies, including banks, credit card companies, insurance companies, mutual savings banks, the National Tax Service, are required to provide information to KCIS. The Act allows information providers to inquire and use information from other institutions within a designated range. And KCIS also provides credit information to credit bureaus to expand the credit information database. Consumers can access their own credit information through KCIS free of charge. So credit information can be classified into 4 main types: identity, credit transactions, credit worthiness, and public information. Identity information includes national ID number and corporate registration numbers. Credit transaction information includes credit card opening, loan information, and corporate loans. And credit worthiness information includes delinquencies, unpaid bills, and blacklist indicating negative information about borrowers. And information registered by the government and public agencies include bankruptcies, debt exemptions, national taxes in areas, information on the deceased, and national ID number changes, which are provided only to KCIS. So Korea's credit information provision system is highly timely. Information is updated in real time when provided online by financial institutions, and the following day when provided in batch files. Registering inaccurate information or failing to register on time can result in fines under relevant rules. KCIS has the authority to impose monetary sanctions to ensure accurate and timely registration. So according to credit information rules, financial institutions must register information within 7 business days from the transaction date. However, most institutions provide information in real time or on the same day it is generated. The Credit Information Use and Protection Act emphasizes the importance of accurate and up-to-date information, allowing KCIS to evaluate the accuracy and timeliness of the information. So for the time's sake, I'm afraid I need to move on to the My Data part. Okay, My Data is another big part of the roles of KCIS. So what is My Data? The core idea is that you should have a strong right about your information data. You can identify who has your data, where it goes, specify who can use which data of yours, and you can also change your decisions over time. My Data services enable not only traditional financial companies, but also fintech companies to join and provide customized value-added services to their clients based on the high-quality data. This image is a very simple version of how My Data works in Korea. Data owner, which is an individual, requests to transfer its data to My Data company. Then data providers, which is the large-sized enterprises such as banks, credit card companies, or insurance companies, and intermediary companies, which act as an agencies for small and medium-sized enterprises, provide data to My Data company. And KCIS conducts a role as a My Data support center and takes the charge in standardizing newly added data set, supporting new players, and operating My Data portal. So these are many types of data that can be transferred through My Data ecosystem. It includes financial information stored at bank, credit card companies, investment companies, and insurance companies. It also includes data from installment finance, electronic bills, teleco bills, and P2P lending. So by utilizing various types of My Data companies can provide useful services to their customers. As of now, there are 64 licensed My Data companies, and 60 My Data services are provided as mobile apps. Most of them focus on personal finance management services, and some of them has innovative business models, such as credit evaluation using non-financial data, and customized investment services. As My Data services has developed rapidly, particularly in the financial sector in Korea, we are expecting the scope of My Data services to be expanded further as other industries, such as healthcare and education, adopt My Data services as well. So KCIS also operates My Data Service, which manages administrative information. Administrative information is personal information and data managed by government agencies and public institutions. Tax payment records, certificate of earned income, national pension information, national health insurance payment and records are the examples of administrative examples. So why is it so important to transfer administrative information through My Data ecosystem? Before the introduction of public My Data, when a person wants to get a loan from the bank used to require the individual to submit the public documents needed to assess the loan, such as certificate of earned income or tax payment records. However, after public My Data system is implemented, the individual do not need to visit public agencies anymore. With the requirement confirmation written by the individual, bank can receive required data in digitalized format from the public agencies using My Data services. Okay, I have 10 seconds left. So in the future, KCIS aims to support safe and efficient data management and utilization, becoming a cornerstone for the data-based economy. So it plans to enhance the use of credit information, expand as an AI hub, and provide AI-based services for easy and convenient data usage. So this is all I prepared. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive yet super brief presentation, Mr. Song Jae Lim. Now we are moving to the next speaker, Mr. Chi Yen Lin, as a team chief from GCIC.
Selamat sore. Good afternoon. My name is Kian Lin from JCIC Taiwan. I'm very honored and happy to be here again in this beautiful city. And actually, this is my second time visiting Jakarta. 4 years ago in 2019, yeah. Also in July, I was invited by PPK to attend a forum here. And like you guys sitting down there, listening to my boss sharing his experience on the stage. And today, my boss is having fun and playing golf in Hawaii. So it turns out to be my turn sharing my experience with you. So I hope you guys can learn something from my experience. And another 4 years later, I could be like my boss, having fun in Hawaii. Okay. So a credit reporting agency's job, no matter it's JCIC in Taiwan or PBK in Indonesia, is to provide accurate, reliable, and good credit information to help lenders more accurately evaluate borrowers and make faster credit decisions. So thereby lowering lenders' credit loss and operation cost and increasing credit balance. And so the economy can grow in a healthy way. And finally, the quantity of good credit information will be generated and collected in the credit reporting agencies. So this is the big picture for the credit reporting industry. So in Taiwan's mode, credit reporting agencies was designed to be just one player in the market to make it most cost efficient. Financial institutions can obtain complete and integrated credit information in just one stop. And because of just only one, in other words, no competitor, but in the meantime, also need to fulfill the needs, the demands for both financial institutions and financial stability and business development, the credit reporting agency should be nonprofit. Because only one, JCIC focus only on financial institutions which are approved and supervised by the financial regulators. The closed membership mode ensures data quality and inquiry control. And the regulators will help to push the financial institutions to behave well and to do the good job. And because of only one and centralized database, JCIC was highly supervised, and not only on the data security, but on its operation. So on the other hand, JCIC also works closely with regulators to maintain stability and discipline of credit market in Taiwan. And because JCIC is trusted by the financial regulators, they are more willing to help the JCIC to collect more data from government agencies. So through these two reliable sources, including highly supervised financial institutions and the government agencies, as the only one credit reporting agencies in Taiwan, the JCIC could provide reliable and accurate information. So based on these four features, credit reporting system in Taiwan develops in this way. JCIC, a nonprofit organization, the only one credit reporting agency among banks in Taiwan. So instead of central bank, the Taiwan Financial Supervisory Commission is our competent authority. We are highly supervised by the FSC. We collect and maintain positive and negative consumer and corporate credit information. All the financial institutions in Taiwan are mandated by the Banking Act to report credit data to JCIC. We also collect data from public sectors like Ministry of Interiors, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. I'll explain more on the following slides. And JCIC's memberships, JCIC is a membership-only credit bureau. Only members can acquire all the credit information from JCIC's database. We have now 429 members, including domestic and foreign banks, credit unions, farmers and fishermen association, insurance company, and credit card companies, covering almost all the formal financial institutions in Taiwan. Our regulatory authorities, including FSC and the central bank, can also access our database for supervision purpose. Data subject can also apply his or her own credit report for credit review. We provide credit information, consumer and SMEs credit scores, and other supporting services like KYC information and fraud case reporting to our members to enhance their credit decision process. About non-members, no matter it's based on the contract relationship or by laws, including financial leasing companies or electronic payment companies, they can access only limited data and limited services we provide. So credit information is the most important asset for JCIC. So in addition to the collection, processing, and the use of the data, they must comply with the legal regulations. Our information security management is certified by the ISO 27001, and our personal data protection is certified by the Taiwan Personal Information Protection and Administration System. So what kind of data we collect? In our database, according to a volume, most of the data we collect are loan data and credit card data reported by members. But for the loan data, the balance is even updated daily, and the credit card balance is updated weekly. We also collect the designer check data from Taiwan Clearing House and corporate basic profile from Ministry of Economic Affairs, and consumer ID check data from Ministry of Interior, financial report from accounting firms, and collateral data from member and government agencies. So for those data we collect, we develop them into different types of products for members to inquire. So unlike most foreign credit bureaus offering just one uniform credit report to users, we believe providing data as detailed as possible would benefit our members. So basing on the aforementioned data we collect, we developed more than 200 credit information products for members. Our members can even select any piece of the information they need from each of those 200 credit information products to form their own customized products depending on their purposes and procedures, which could also reduce their cost. Like what I mentioned earlier, we also provide credit score, including a consumer credit score and the SME credit score. JCIC credit score are in-house score totally developed by ourselves, including model building, testing, and verification. So talking about the data quality, how do we make sure the data our member reported is accurate, is good in quality and quantity? The JCIC implements hard and soft measures. For the hard measures, we use computer program to do the authentic check, physical check, and logical check. For soft measures, every year we provide cashback to those performing good in data reporting and data quality. Also present awards in annual ceremony. So we can take a look at this slide. It's a process of how our system checks the data. Our members are required to use an IC card issued by the JCIC to report the data through an encrypted VPN channel. So when we receive the data, the first thing we do is to verify the token embedded in the file to check if the reporting source is authenticated. So if passed, then start to do a physical check, which is to check if each field in the file complying with the definition. And if passed, we will then check the data quality, covering aspects of completeness, timeliness, and consistency. So, and also the check result will be replied to members to let them know how to report it right. And to explain more on the data quality check, for the validity part, each file in the record will check if it complies with the definition. So for example, the value in the cancel date field should be in date format. It can be in a numeric format. So another example, the value in the activated date should be prior to the cancel date. And in terms of the timeliness, in many measures, the time difference between the effective date and the reporting date. For example, credit card bill filed is required to report within 5 days after the closing date. And also, in terms of the completeness, it mainly measures the volume difference between two periods. For example, like a Citibank reported 2 million student loans last month, but only 1 million records this month, so this could be something wrong. And in terms of consistency, it compares the data fields in a record across multiple periods. So for example, 1 month past due should not be followed by 3 months past due or 4 months past due in the next month. So other than computer program check, we also have communication, member rewards, and penalty mechanisms to improve data quality. For communication, we will have our guys making calls to remind and follow up a missing report, and also offer periodic training courses on reporting, on data quality rules, and cashback evaluation criteria. For encourage mechanism, like what I mentioned earlier, we have cashback rewards and awards presenting ceremony. For penalty mechanism, list on the website, inform to the FSC by official letter, and the most severe punishment is the increased suspension. So with this aforementioned method and measures and mechanisms, we believe JCIC is doing very good in keep the data accurate and reliable. So talk about the alternative data for the purpose of financial inclusion to help the thin file or the no file to get credit from financial institutions. Incorporating alternative data into credit bureau's data coverage is one of the solutions. So in concept of fintech or big data, data from e-commerce, Facebook, IG, Twitter, Google search records, and so on may be useful alternative data for creditworthiness assessment. But it might be fine for financial institutions to use those kind of data internally. but it's nearly impossible for credit bureau like JCIC to collect those data because those data are actually sort of controversial and not reliable. They could be falsified and manipulated. So most important of all, regulators may not feel comfortable if JCI is using this kind of data. On the other hand, they will be more willing to help us to obtain data from government agencies. So if consented by the data subject, because we are more trustworthy than any other profit-seeking entity, the regulator believes that we will use this kind of data properly to perform public interest. And from 2013, we started to provide alternative information from government agencies like tax income data, utility usage, and repayment data, labor insurance data to have those new to credit, thin file or no file. And basically, we cannot collect the data directly from government due to legal issues. So instead, we built a platform linking to government agencies and deliver the data with borrowers' consent to banks without storing the data into our database to avoid legal issues. So therefore, with more reference and transparent data, especially from verified and trust source like JCIC, banks will be more willing to provide financing to SMEs and thin file consumers. So for the future development of JCIC, the ESG, SDG, climate change, net zero emission in 2050, they are now the hottest topics around the world. So green finance is now the most important policy for Taiwan's FSC to promote. So under the FSC's Green Finance Action Plan, financial institutions have to address ESG factors in risk management and investment and business decision, which in turn encouraging companies and investors to pay close attention to ESG issues, and ultimately creates benefits of sustainable development for the industry, society, and environment. So to help FSC promoting green finance policy and help financial institutions implementing, JCIC will build an ESG information platform collecting and sharing ESG data. For example, climate change, physical risk data, carbon and greenhouse gas emissions, energy, water, waste management, and green loans, sustainability-linked loans from government, from financial institutions, and from Taiwan Stock Exchange. So finally, to wrap up my presentation, credit reporting agencies are essential in maintaining financial trust through the provision of accurate and reliable credit information. So when we are trusted, we will gain more data, provide more services to broader segments, and create more value for the whole society. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chian Lin from JCIC. Now, let's continue to the third speaker, which is Director of Banking Information, Surveillance and Crisis Management Protocol, Indonesia Financial Services Authority, or OJK, Mr. Asian Lubis. Mr. Aslan Lubis.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor to be here to talk about the reporting system in Indonesia. I will start my presentation with the evolution of credit reporting system in Indonesia. So it started with paper-based reporting, which started in 1969. It recorded only the negative data above 1 million or above credit. And then in 1999, we started to make it online, which we call it SIPD. In this case, we make it in a positive and negative data, and the credit started from 50 million or above. Then in 2005, we will make an evolution again with online reporting systems, which we call it SID at the time in Bank Indonesia as the central bank. The recording data is from 1 million or above credits. The members of that reporting system, of the reporting participant is big rural banks, credit card issuers to join in the SID reporting. And also NBFI joined with voluntary basis. Then in 2007, we make progress again, where we recorded the data for 24 months data histories and have the access from the consumers to the data itself. And then in 2013, Bank Indonesia also make an upgrade again at the time, which we call it LPIP, which the name is up to now, or Private Credit Bureau regulation issued by Bank Indonesia. And then started from 2013, that is the process of transferring banking regulation and supervision from Bank Indonesia to OJK, and in that sense, included this LPIP or PCB. Then in 2015, OJK started to issue regulations on this LPIP, and then in 2018 we started the LPIP in fully operations. Then from 2018 to 2022, we started to expand the members of reporting systems to multi-finance, securities company, and venture capital also. And then in 2022, as part of the pillar of OJK, which is data protections, and at the time also the governments and the parliaments also issued the Data Protection Act, to which, of course, we must also follow that regulation as well. And then OJK also issued the regulation. I think at the time is Pak Dino. And then moving to the next. Moving to the next is the overview of VCR and PCB in Indonesia. So basically the VCR in Indonesia, we call it as a SLIC. It is a reporting system which is owned and operated by OJK. Actually, it is the continuations of SID from Bank Indonesia. And to that respect, we also issued OJK circular letter, which is OJK regulation and OJK circular letters. And the OJK regulation is number 64, 2020, and the circular letter is number 3, 2021, in which OJK is empowered to collect and disclose customers' credit information. And then, SLICS processes both positive and negative credit data received, of course, from the financial institutions and turn them into the credit reports, we call it. SLIC credit report are then made available to financial institutions, borrowers, private credit bureau, and also other related stakeholders such as Bank Indonesia, LPS, and also the government agencies such as corruption eradication body, and also to some extent the government agency, when they recruit a new hire, sometimes they ask us the data of the candidates. On the other hand, the private credit bureau, which is known LPIP, it is the institutions that's regulated by OJK. PCB operates within the provisions under the LPIP in OJK Regulation number 5, 2022, and also OJK External Circular Letter number 27, 2022, which provides for the registrations and the regulations of credit reporting business. Right now we have 3 PCBs in Indonesia, which is Pevindo Biro Credits, in which Pak Abi was the director, and Credit Bureau Indonesia Jaya, and the last one is PT KRIF, Lembaga Informasi Keuangan. In this case, PCB collects the data from and maintain the customer's credit informations from various sources, for example, individuals, from the VCR, from telco companies, maybe from utilities companies as well, and also from e-commerce, I think. The information collected again is processed, which includes the customer credit history, payment patterns, and also the outstanding balances. PCB provide additional data, of course, from the source they got the information to facilitate credit assessment by financial institutions. So for information, many members of the PCB in Indonesia use the data when, for example, issuing or extend their loan to their debtors or their clients. Balik gimana, Pak? Okay. So what is the synergy between VCR and VCB? In those slides, I would like to give you a brief information regarding the synergy between VCR and VCB. In this case, the VCR have a strong capabilities in collecting credit data from formal financial institutions, in which the member is the commercial banks, rural banks, securities companies, multi-finance, etc. And then the VCR will provide basic information only without scoring the data collected from the financial participant. Of course, OJK also will give free of charge service to banking institutions in particular. On the other hand, the private credit bureau or VCB is the state-of-the-art technology, innovative product including value-added services such as credit score, portfolios, monitoring, and alert. And also, possibility to collect additional data from other party in a commercial way. So the synergy is, we expect the synergy between those two, it will yield a comprehensive credit reporting systems for better risk management for financial institutions, and also foster financial inclusion and financial access to the society as a whole. And in that sense, we expect regulators and also the authorities in Indonesia would be able to preserve the financial stability of the country financial system as a whole. As I've said, SLIC or VCR supports the lender's credit risk management. For example, the largest bank in Indonesia is actively seeking the information from us when they are trying to extend the loan, small and micro credit to the societies. And also, SLIC also support the financial institutions and regulatory and supervision needs, of course. So, for example, if our, we call it National Financial Transaction Analysis, or PPATK, we said, and also the Corruption Education Body is actively seeking information for the suspected people, for example, in Indonesia, so that they are able to analyze the full profile of these particular persons. On the other hand, PCB play a complementary role by collecting other data sets and offering value-added services to lenders and also other users. In the meantime, public registry, as in the complicated flow charts, so they collect credit data providers, submits credit report to SLIC, managed by OJK, and also the VCR, and then the SLIC processes the credit report into a credit information that then can be accessed by the financial institutions, debtors, or consumers, PCBs, related stakeholders, as I said, BI and LPS, and Ministry of Finance and Corruption Education Body, Eradication Body, and also Financial Transaction Analysis. And also for the internal use of us in OJK, which support our fellow supervisors in conducting their function as well. And also for the purpose of R&D, or research and development. On the other hand, the private credit bureau is to complement the data obtained from SLICs. PCB also collect data from non-financial institutions such as telco, utilities, e-commerce, and etc. PCB produces comprehensive data, comprehensive informations, which then can be used by financial institutions, non-financial institutions, debtors or consumers, and additional information for credit analysis or checking credit history of particular persons or particular companies. So in the next slide, I will show you a bit of how the numbers in SLIC and PCB. As you see there, we start the total SLIC reporting institutions. It is reducing from 2018 to 2020. It is because of the consolidation process that we have in Indonesia, where many institutions, many banking as well, also merged, and some of them also liquidated. And then from 2020 to 2021, we invited other participants such as securities companies, multi-finance, and others to join in reporting their clients. On the access, on the hits to the OJK, also we see a constant increasing in the numbers. On the other hand, the BC members also keep increasing, and the credit informations asked or requested from the VCB also keep increasing along with the number of the institutions or persons who require the data. I think that's all that I can present right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aslan Lubis, for your presentation. Now we are moving to the last presentation from Director of Digital Financial Innovation Department, Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Mr. Dino Milano Siregar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dino from Digital Financial Innovation Directorate of Indonesia Financial Services Authority. I'm happy to be here presenting the innovative credit scoring because like Mr. Aslan said, OJK already built the public credit registry and the private credit bureau, and then the innovative credit scoring. And I'm happy because I was part of all of it since the beginning of the PCR, PCB, and then the innovative credit scoring. Today I'm not talking too much about the PCR, PCB because already mentioned by Mr. Aslan. I'm talking about what is the ecosystem of the credit bureau and then the innovative credit scoring. Then the established market use the financial data and then the non-financial data. And then for nowadays in the developing market, there are tendencies that the financial institutions or the lenders needs to seek further non-financial data to involve in their evaluations. And then consolidating all the trade lines to create the single customer view is the needs for now. And financial inclusions, the lenders needs to look at or see more complete pictures to make a better decision. And they need to develop tailored products by customer segment and risk profiles. So the strength of the PCB and then alternative credit scoring is compared to the PCR is at the use of non-financial data. And the development of these needs depends on the market and then the business that the financial institution involved in. And the importance of innovative credit scoring, we look at who looks of the information gathering, the banks, the financial institutions, including non-banks and the cooperative company in Indonesia's operations now. And the data source, like we see that the credit bureau looks from the data from the SLIC, OJK, from the PCR, and they will edit, value edit from the credit data derivatives, while innovative credit scoring uses the alternative data or unstructured data from the financial data, and it coming from the telcos, the utilities company, maybe using the payment history or use the behavioral or the social media data. And in this case, it can be seen that the positions of the two parties, the PCB and the ICS, is complementary to create a financial ecosystem support that is reliable and can support the financial inclusions in Indonesia. As we see at the board, the data source and the current existing supervisions, the traditional ones, now the PCB is under the banking supervision department, the supervision, and then the ICS is under of Digital Financial Innovations Directorate in OJK, separate department in OJK. But I think that we need to look more comprehensive information of these both PCB and ICS, and we look further that we hope that we can make it in the same ecosystem, so our policy will be in the certain and good way to help this credit bureau and the innovative credit scoring can develop all together to support healthy credit growth, accelerate financial inclusion, and support efficiency in financial services, and help the growth of the real sector by collecting, processing, and distributing reliable credit informations. We look further of this development because today we are happy that our new commissioner of OJK has been defined, and we are going to work more further about this PCB and then ICS development. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to Mr. Dino Milano Siregar. Now we are moving to the questions and answer session, but I encourage you to be engaged in this discussion. So if you have any questions, we are still welcome to receive your questions through QR code that have been displayed on your table. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are started from the first question. This one is from Farah Kong from Brunei Darussalam Central Bank. How do you envision technologies like blockchain and AI being incorporated in the credit bureau? What role do you think regulators should play to enable the use of such technology? Is there any one of you who wants to share your insight, your perspective? Mr. Dino?
Yep. The use of blockchain and AI. Okay. Our innovative credit scoring in Indonesia is not using it yet, but some of them develop the new approach by using the big data, but our barriers now is that there are not so many companies want to share their data. So this is one of difficulties of the Indonesia innovative credit scoring. But some of them already get the utilities companies' data, such as the telecom, and then it helps in developing this innovative credit scoring.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dino. Another speakers, maybe? Enough? All right, and the next questions is for Mr. Aslan Lubis. How does the Public Credit Registry address the issue of data quality and reliability, considering the diverse sources of credit information in Indonesia?
Thank you for a very good questions. I think the data quality and reliability is immensely important for all of us, because without that, all the information is futile and being rubbished. And that's why OJK regulations in slick reporting system, in that sense, as I already presented before, actually the data set that we have is reported by the financial reporting participants, so in which the responsibility of the quality and the reliability of the data belongs to the financial institutions. In that sense, we also make an analysis for the data sets that is reported to us in OJK. In particular, we check the completeness of the data, whether we find any anomaly in the data itself, and of course, we do it twice a year. Others also, as I have said before, the consumers also have the access to the data provided by the financial institutions, and it is very frequent that the consumers come to us in OJK through IDEPCO to check the data, and when they found any mistakes in that, they will ask the financial institutions to rectify that data itself. So I think that, as I said, the data quality and reliability is immensely important for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Aslan Lubis. Now we are moving to the next question for Mr. Song Jae-lim, right? Okay, how does the Public Credit Registry in Korea contribute to improving credit risk assessment and enhancing the overall stability of the financial system?
Okay, so KCIS, as a public credit registry, we believe that there is two most important aspects of the credit information. First is accurate. It must be accurate, and it also needs to be up to date. So we are trying to make sure that the accurate credit information is shared to KCIS. So we have this regular monitoring that we compare our database to the financial institutions database. So if we find any unmatched or errors about the credit information, we have the authority to make the financial institutions to pay the monetary fines. But however, most of the financial institutions, especially major banks or credit card companies, their credit reporting system is very much automated and digitalized. So it is very rare for them to report wrong or late credit information to us. And we also have this statistical analysis in the IT infrastructure that we can detect the outliers of the credit information when the financial institution report to us, so we can send back some error signs to the institution so that they can double check if it is right or not.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Song Jae-lim. Next questions is for Mr. Aslan Lubis. It is from Bapak Miko from PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur Persero. Can you provide insights into the measures taken by the Public Credit Registry and Private Credit Bureau to promote transparency and accountability in credit reporting practices?
Okay, thank you. Again, this is a very difficult questions and and I will try to answer that. Of course, promoting transparency and accountability, I think it is the task of all of us, because without that, the information again would be the accuracy of the information would be in questions. OJK, of course, has been and will continuously try to enhance public awareness regarding the credit reporting through various initiatives. Among others are sharing information about the components of SLIC outputs or SLIC reports, the process of obtaining SLIC output, and of course accessing the output online through IDEBCO. So we have given every borrowers to check their own data, and then engaging with the public through social media platforms by sharing informative content such as videos, infographics, and these materials aim to educate the public on how to interpret the SLIC report, and of course address any misconceptions about the data from SLIC. And the others is collaborating with financial institutions to organize international seminars such as this event right now. And of course, all of these initiatives will help promoting the transparency and accountability of the SLIC report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Aslan. Now, the next questions. It is addressed to Mr. Chi Yen Lin. How does the Credit Information Center contribute to improving credit risk management and enhancing the overall stability of the financial sector in Taiwan?
Okay. So credit reporting agencies are essential in maintaining financial trust through the provision of accurate and reliable credit information. And also what we do in Taiwan is to keep fulfilling the needs from our members regarding the data. And like what I mentioned in my presentation, our financial regulators are more willing to help us to collect more data from governments. So good credit information and wide variety of information will enhance the financial stability. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I think it is the last question for Mr. Dino Milano Siregar from Ibu Betty Herawati from Mega Finance. What about the intersection between ICS and credit bureaus or LPIP, especially in terms of alternative data utilization, where both have the same capabilities in developing and providing services, but LPIP has been regulated more strictly, while ICS still lacks specific rules. How about that?
Quite difficult questions, but I'm trying to answer this. Mr. Inko Jun is looking for me very subtly. Okay. The intersections between the ICS and the credit bureau in the market, that they serve some of it serve the different markets, and then while ICS is more focused on the MSMEs, while the private credit bureau is focused on the bigger, larger market segment, such as business from medium to the higher. And another intersections in the conventional approach from the credit bureau to credit scoring often use the financial ratios derived from the financial statement or the credit informations to predict the possible loans defaults within 1 until 3 years period. And then this approach maybe works for the sizable companies, but as we see that the MSM is not possible or feasible for assessing by this method. So it needs to use the non-financial data, the unstructured data, the alternative data that to assess this kind of MSMEs. So, and the question said about that there are strictly more strict regulations for the PCB other than the ICS, right? Okay, as we see in Indonesia, ICS is just was born about 1 or 2 years back, while the private credit bureau already established since 2015, I think. We need to urge the new startup to make this new kind of business process of credit scoring. So we give them such a certain time period to develop more. And in further policies of OJK, it will be regulated by OJK. And we are trying to make the such balanced regulations between the PCB and then the ICS. That's it.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dino. Then that was all, I think, for our session, for the last session. I would like to say thanks to all the gentlemen. Thank you very much for taking your time off to share your knowledge and insight here. Thank you, Mr. Song Jae Lim, Mr. Chi Yan Lin, Mr. Aslan Lubis, and Mr. Dino Milano Siregar. Thank you very much. Now we would like to proceed to the next agenda, which is the handover of token of appreciation. Therefore, I would like to invite to come over to the stage Mr. Wahyu Trenggono as the director of PT PBK ID Score to give the token of appreciation. Yep, and the first token of appreciation will be given to Mr. Song Jae Lim, senior staff from KCIS. Thank you very much for being here. And the next token of appreciation for Mr. Chi Yan Lim. Mr. Song Jelly, please stay with us, remain on the stage because we are going to have a photo session together after this. Next, the token of appreciation will be given to Mr. Aslan Lubis, Director of Banking Information, Surveillance and Crisis Management Protocol, Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Last but not least, to Mr. Dino Milano Siregar, Director of Digital Financial Innovation, Department, Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Let's have a photo session together with all the speakers and Pak Wahyu. Alright, on my count, in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. You may back to your seat. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, that was all the discussions for today, but don't forget, I would like to remind you to do not go anywhere because we still have the door prize session after this. But before we close our agenda, let us welcome representative of ACRN Chairman to share the closing remarks. Please welcome on the stage Mr. Chi Yao Shen.
Distinguished participants and dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Kerry, the Vice President of JCIC, and I'm honored to represent Mr. Guo, the Chairman of ACIC of ACRN, in delivering the closing remarks for the ACRN conference. I'm glad that the fourth ACRN conference has ended in an incredible success, where we have collectively explored the power of credit reporting and how it can be utilized to promote innovative financial services. Over the past day, we have had the privilege of listening to speeches from experts and scholars from diverse faiths and backgrounds. They share their experience and insights, engaging in depth in discussion on the development and the challenges of credit reporting. I firmly believe that this conference has not only deepened our understanding of credit reporting, but also sparked ideas and actions for innovation and improvement in this field. Credit reporting serves as a crucial foundation for financial service, as it can enhance financial inclusion, lower risk, faster competition, and support sustainable development. It's our responsibility to work together in establishing an efficient, fair, transparent, and security credit reporting system to meet the financial needs of the Asia region. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to President Director Johannes Arts RB of PBK and all the staff for providing us with this invaluable platform for learning and exchange. I also
I now inviting Mr. Yohanes Arts Abimanyu as the President Director of PT PBK ID Score to come on the stage to give the souvenir to Mr. Chi Yao Sheng. So I would like to invite to come forward to the stage again, Mr. Chi Yao Sheng, to receive the token of appreciation. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chi Yao Sheng, for your time. Thank you very much for coming here. Thank you very much. You may back to your seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I promised before, at the end of the session, we will draw the lucky draw or door prize, We have 2 Xiaomi TV soundbar and 3 units of Galaxy Tablet A7, right? So, wait a minute. So we will draw your name, for everyone who has registered yourself this morning. We have, what is it called? Wheels of name? Oh, name picker, we use name picker on the screen. So the winner will be shown on the screen. It's very easy. And I will call upon the names of the winner 3 times. If they doesn't show, then we are going to redraw the winner. Agreed? Agreed. Okay, The first is for 1 unit of Xiaomi TV soundbar. Let's start. So who's gonna be the winner for Xiaomi TV soundbar? Nicholas Edward Stip. Nicholas Edward Stip. Do we have Nicholas? It's not Nicholas. Okay. Okay, we already called Nicholas for 3 times, and we're going to pick another name. Let's start to pick another name for 1 unit of Xiaomi TV soundbar. Agung Budi Kunchara. I believe this one is Indonesian. Agung Budi Kunchara. Congratulations, you win 1 unit of Xiaomi TV soundbar. Alright, while waiting for Agung, we are going to draw another name for another unit of Xiaomi TV soundbar. Let's pick another name. Start. Nguyen Tu Trang. Do we have? Okay, congratulations. You may come forward. Wow, your friends look so happy. Okay, you may come forward, and therefore I would like to invite Pak Wahyu Trenggono to hand over the prize to all the winners for Xiaomi TV soundbar. Congratulations. Okay, I hope you can bring this to your home country. Congratulations. Selamat, selamat. All right, congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners of door prize, All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu. Thank you, Pak Wahyu, and to the winners, thank you very much. You may return to your seat. And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 3 other door prizes. So we are going to draw another name. And for this session, we will draw 1 unit of Galaxy Tab A7. So let's pick another name for Galaxy Tab A7. Start. Yulia Nataliev Boruginting. Right? Are you? Congratulations! Please come forward. Okay, while waiting for Yulia, we are going to draw another name for another Galaxy Tablet A7. And here's the winner. Yoon Jae-young. Do we have Yoon Jae-young? First call to Yoon Jae-young. Second call for Yoon Jae-young. Last call for Yoon Jae-young. Okay, so we're going to redraw another name and start. Ilma Istiarini. First call for Ilma Istiarini. Second call for Ilma Istiarini. Last call for Ilma Istiarini. Then we're going to pick another name. Start. Okay, Bambang Hermawan. Bambang Hermawan. Is that Bambang Hermawan? Are you Bambang? Okay, congratulations, Bapak Bambang Hermawan. Okay, you win. You won one Galaxy Tab A7 and we still have one name. Let's pick the name. Jarod Wahyu Wibowo. Do we have Jarod Wahyu Wibowo? First call for Jarod Wahyu Wibowo. Second call for Jarod Wahyu Wibowo. Last call for Jarod Wahyu Wibowo. Let's pick another name for another Galaxy Tab A7. Hendriati Meitaria. Do we have Hendriati Meitaria? Congratulations. They are all Indonesian? Okay, please come to the stage and therefore I would like to invite Bapak Abi, Mr. Abimanyu, to please come forward and hand over the prize to all the winners. Okay. Each winner will receive Samsung Galaxy Tab A7. Congratulations to all the winners. Selamat ya Bu ya, tadi banyak yang gagal ya. Terima kasih, congratulations. Alright, last thing, let's have a photo session together with all the winners. Pak Abi boleh berfoto Pak, silakan. Thank you very much, you may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we have finally reached the end of our agenda today. We had thoughtful discussions and rich insight from all of our honorable panelists and speakers. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank all of you for being here, for the presence and kind attention. Thank you very much. It has been a fruitful deliberation, and we hope this event can become a strong foundation and a substantial milestone among Asian credit reporting industry. Ladies and gentlemen, they say a dream that you dream alone is merely a dream. But a dream that we dream together becomes an achievement and a reality. I'm Rani Raj signing off. Thank you very much. Stay safe and stay healthy. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.